Good evening and welcome to the January 6, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'll be running tonight's meeting and we'll be operating via the Zoom platform. If anyone wishes to speak, please put questions into the comment box, including your name and address. Only those with name and address included will be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. I'm going to take a roll call vote of commissioners and associate commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. William Ashton.
William Ashton, present.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Okay. Chris McFarland is present. Trish Grady and Jay Pompari are not present. And our Associate Commissioner, Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Excellent. We have a quorum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commissioners this evening. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, which each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. I'm going to ask everyone to kind of keep your presentations as short as possible tonight, obviously providing the information is needed. But we do have a very long agenda to make up for some missed hearings at the end of last year. So we're going to, our first hearing this evening is NOI 21-12 for 12 Hobart Lane, which was continued from originally from November 18th and then again in December, and that the applicant has asked that it be continued again. So our first hearing this evening shall be continued until 2 weeks from tonight, which is January 20th. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 21-32. It's for a dock and gangway at 55 Gammons Road. Charlotte, hopefully you know there's a lot of people in the audience tonight, so hopefully you know who to elevate here so we can get the right people on board.
Thank you, Chris. Jeff Assett here on behalf of the property owner, Bill Aaron, who I believe is on the call as well.
I did promote Bill as well.
Great. Okay, so this property is 55 Gammons Road, and we filed an NOI for a residential dock. The property is obviously developed with a single family home, and it has frontage on Little Harbor. The design includes beginning at the salt marsh. There is a 144-foot long pier out to an 11-foot wide sitting area, and that would be the permanent portion of the structure. From there, there's a 3-foot wide by 24-foot long removable gangway and a 10 by 20 removable float.
Jeff, could you turn the volume up, please?
I'll speak louder.
Okay, thank you.
The float will sit on the mud flat at the low tides, and therefore it will be equipped with 18-inch skids so that only the skids actually touch the mud. This is the profile of the pier, and what it's showing is that at a minimum, the stringers, which are the horizontal members, are a minimum of 5 feet above the salt marsh. And we also provide 3/4 inch spacing between the decking in order to allow adequate light to go through the decking and then also to shine from the sides. All of the piles are spaced at 12 feet on center, and they'll be 4x6s, except for the final 4 will be 6x6s. So the square footage of those piles is a total of about 4.6 square feet. We did receive recommendations from the DMF, and they are, the normal recommendations we get from them. The first one is the height. The DEP recommends a height to width ratio of 1:1, and the DMF has recently started recommending 1.5:1. We're right in the middle there at 1.25:1. We feel that is a good height, with the dock being at the pier being at elevation 9.8. We're just about a foot higher than the dock 2 doors down that was permitted this year, and they're just beginning construction on it. So we really wouldn't want to be any higher than that, and we feel that there will be more than adequate light under this pier.
Jeff, why don't you want to be higher than that?
Just aesthetically, keeping it more as low profile as possible. I mean, you're already.
You have the gall to come here and say you're putting up a low profile project here. There's nothing low profile about this project, Jeff. This is one of the biggies.
It's certainly a balancing act. You have the regulations to comply with, and how high do you go? If you want us to go to another foot, we certainly can. My personal opinion, this is what I think is the best kind of compromise, meet in the middle. But I'm willing to discuss that with you. The second comment, it has to do with the skids. Skids are what are routinely used in Little Harbor. The alternative would be stop blocks. The con to those is that you have to drive piles, and as we have it designed currently, there won't be a barge required, and all of the work will be done from land without any heavy equipment. So so that's why we've designed it that way. The third comment had to do with siltation containment, and that's back to the same point. The way these piles will be driven is that they'll set up a tripod with a pneumatic hammer on it, and then the generator and the compressor will be on land. So there's no heavy equipment going across the marsh. So it's minimal impact. And then the last comment had to do with a barge. If a barge is involved, keep it somewhere where the water's deeper at low tide, so it's not sitting in the salt marsh, and time the work so that you're working at high tide. But that should not be an issue. So this design, in conclusion, is consistent with other designs in Little Harbor. And we've designed it in accordance with the DEP guidelines for residential docks and piers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Charlotte, I know you've been out to the site. Do you have any comments to add?
Yeah, so I went out there to look at the dock proposal. As you can see at the beginning of where the dock will start, there are a couple trees, which we discussed that would remain with this project for now. And so we're not doing anything with those. And then just across the way, there is another approved dock project at 51 Gammons. And this design is pretty similar to the one at 51 Gammons.
Jeff, there's someone named Keith Wallow. Is he part of this project also?
I think he's more here to listen. If you want to promote him though, that's fine. He's a contractor for the project.
Okay.
He's with Harbor Mooring.
Well, if anyone has questions, we'll promote him. How about that?
Sure.
So commissioners, has anyone got any additional questions or comments they'd like to make?
Jeff, you don't show the property line on the Little Harbor side of the parcel. Could you it's kind of late to fix that. I'm just wondering, I don't even know whether, and this is just a general question to anybody who can answer this. Can you actually build a dock that's not on your property? Does this thing extend beyond the property line? And can you do that?
Yeah, you can. It's so the land court subdivision plan for this property shows the property lines ending at where we show them, where the bold line ends. But for the case of permitting docks, you extend the line out perpendicular to the water body, And that's the same thing if you were to look at the plan for this lot right next door, or the next one down that Charlotte and I have both mentioned, 51 gammons. It's the same scenario, but it's actually relatively common.
Okay, I noticed that there were some around Little Harbor and other people had stayed within their property lines, and I just wondered whether you could actually build outside of your property line. So you've answered it, thank you.
Yeah, and you don't project the line as an extension, because as you can see that, the neighbors would be over that line. It's you go perpendicular to the water body, to the center line of it.
Okay,
Jeff, how deep is the water? I mean, a normal tide underneath the platform?
At high tide, it's about 3 feet deep.
3 feet, yeah. And low tide?
The float will sit in the mud.
So this object, the object of the owner's desire, will spend at least 12 hours a day sitting in the mud.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual,
I know it's
Same
not.
with the neighbor to the south
I
and the
know,
one to the
I know
south of
it's
them.
not. Based on my count with the aerial photography, there are 36 very similar docks in this lovely place we used to call Little Harbor, which is now beginning to look like, sort of the inland channels on Boca Raton in Florida, with all these docks coming out and boats and people frumping around and destroying the natural beauty of it. So I've always been against, I never voted for any of these on the aesthetic side, Jeff, and I know you have the right to do it. This is in accordance with all the other ones we've had, most of you will remember this year and in years past, so there's no real grounds to say no, but we're not doing the future generation any favors by building all these. We'll have a 30 plus now, and 2 or 3 years time, we'll probably have 40 or 50 of these. And then the natural beauty of this lovely place is gone. So that's about all I have to say. I'm not in favor of it, but I don't really have a legal basis to oppose it. And I'll openly admit that.
Jeff, I'd like to bring up a point. We've dealt with this on a lot of other docks, and that is the 11 by 11 foot sitting area on the pier. It's totally understandable why someone would want to do it, but I think this is something, this is one area where we think it's easy enough to make modifications and still have an area where people can overlook without going down the gangway. So I'm wondering if, and I'd like to know what other commissioners think. And I know in the past we've minimized these to some degree. Your spacing is, well, your spacing diminishes on the size of the pier, the spacing of the beam, the columns anyway. So the 11 foot in length is not a critical length, nor would the 11 foot in width necessarily be a critical length. So I'm wondering if there's any reason why that couldn't be smaller.
It's something that is important to the property owner. They do have someone in their family that wouldn't be able to get down the gangway to the float, so they do see themselves utilizing that area quite a bit. I can tell you the neighbors that was recently permitted is 8 by 8.
Mhm.
So I think it'd be reasonable to go down to 8 by 8, but it is important to the property owner. I can tell you that.
It's important for what reason, Jeff? Could you repeat your analysis there?
As a sitting area, because I do have a family member who won't be able to get down the gangway to the float to use that area. So they do see themselves using that area quite a bit.
It looks like there's a staircase to access the landward side of the dock. Is that a steep staircase? Is that?
It's 2 or 3 steps, and they'll have to help out that person.
It's existing as well. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Or Tom, were you talking about the stairs up to the dock, or were you talking about the existing stairs in the landscape?
I know I was looking at the stairs that are closest to the 50-foot buffer, actually. it looks like it's fairly steep there and there's more than 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is if they can get down that, I was trying to count the stairs. There must be like 8 or 9 there at least. Then how is the ramp a barrier to, which is flat presumably, not necessarily flat, but it's smooth. No steps to negotiate. So I just wonder how valid that argument is.
Yeah. Making it as easy as possible for them. And again, it is consistent with several other docks that have been permitted recently. It's a pretty common design feature.
I mean, this is a very similar conversation we had to another dock on, I guess, the east side of Little Harbor, where there was an issue of wheelchair access and how big that platform should be. And I was noting that yes, the neighbor's dock is, or their platform is smaller. And you say it's 8 by 8?
8 by 8, yes.
Yeah.
And yours is 8 by what, Jeff?
11 by 11.
11 by 11. Which makes it what, 50% larger mathematically? Order of magnitude, 50% greater, something like
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, I'm not sure what the percentage is. You know, I did speak to the property owner about that while we were designing it and before this call, and he is willing to go down to the size that his neighbor had. Ideally, 11 by 11 is what he was going for, but he could work with 8 by 8 if you'd like to make that a condition.
It looks like the neighbor's dock is also narrower. Is that accurate?
No, it's
Not
4
scale.
feet wide.
It's 4 feet wide too. So, okay.
Wait, Jeff, are you referring to the one shown on the plan, or are you referring to the one that's not shown on the plan?
The next one down to the south, not shown on the plan.
Oh,
The one immediately south that is shown on the plan has been there for, I would estimate about 10 years, if not longer.
And if it's drawn to scale, it looks like it's not 4 feet wide.
I'm working remotely right now, so I only have the PDF. I don't have the CAD file, so I can't give you an exact dimension on that.
There's a measurement tool on your PDF.
It's only so accurate though.
Actually, it's not too bad. I use
Really?
it all the time. You have to scale it properly. I mean, calibrate it properly, but it works pretty well.
We can come back in 2 weeks' time with a proper program, Jeff, and we can discuss it then if you'd like.
I mean,
But I don't think
I can tell you
Yeah.
just about every other dock that's been permitted recently, the pier portion is 4 feet wide.
And the separation is supposed to be 50 feet between docks. Is that correct, Jeff?
So zoning, yes, zoning in Cohasset requires an accessory structure to be 6 feet off a property line. And in the DEP small dock guidelines recommend 25 feet off the property line, which is why we're holding 25 feet.
Yeah, but I thought there was also a clause, something to the effect that it has to be at least 50 feet away from the nearest dock as well. Am I mistaken about that?
I'm not aware of it anyways.
I think we had this conversation when we were examining the last one that was before us, but I don't remember exactly. Charlotte, can you help us with this? I know that's a big ask. You'd have to probably do a 10-minute search to figure that out at least. So
I can try, but I was looking at the 51 Gammons site plan, and it looking at the dimensions of the pier, it is 4 foot wide, 71 feet long, and then the portion of the pier with the sitting area is 8 by 8 feet with the 3 foot wide by 24 foot long structural ramp and the float at the end. So yeah, I was just looking at the dimensions for that one to compare it. Did you want me to try and find the zoning stuff? I can try.
No,
I don't know.
I'm looking at the scale here and I see
Okay.
this 25-foot setback from the property line, and it looks approximately right for the next dock to the south. So
Mhm.
I'm not going to worry too much about that. Whether I'm right or wrong, I'm not going to object to it. So
What do the owners intend to use this dock for, Jeff?
Sitting, launching paddle boards, canoes, etc.
Yeah, because I mean, 3 feet water clearance isn't a heck of a lot for larger craft and boats and things like that.
Right.
I have just one comment on the DMF recommendations. I know that you're referencing previously permitted docks and piers, and it seems to me that they've changed their recommendation recently. They're citing work in that letter from 2021. So it seems like their recommendation is new. So I'm not sure. I wasn't here for the other piers, but if that's something, if we've stuck to the DMF recommendations in the past. The other one is the skids. What height will the float have on those skids? Because DMF also recommended, I believe it was 30 inches in that letter.
Yep. I know DMF has been making that recommendation for quite a while now, because I've seen it on a few other projects. I don't know exactly how long. And the skids, we're proposing them to be 18 inches tall. That keeps the float from sitting in the mud.
how wide are those skids? They look pretty narrow here on your cross section. Am I looking at the right thing? Float cross section. Yeah, sure. And Don, they look like they're pretty narrow. That's muck out there. I wouldn't even think about going out there with my waders. I've gotten dangerously stuck out there in the past, and so that doesn't. I think that thing's gonna sit right flat on the mud. It's like
Keith,
it's like pudding out there.
I'm going to call in Keith, if he doesn't mind, Keith Wallow, to see if,
Yeah.
Keith, how wide would you recommend those skids be so that the dock doesn't sink into the mud?
You hear me?
We got
Yes.
Okay. There's a bunch of docks in Little Harbor that use these skids, and we usually do 3x8s with poles coming up to the dock, and we usually do 3 of them. And we make sure that the space between the bottom of the float, the little black box underneath, and the riverbed is 18 inches. And they do sink some from the weight, but nowhere near getting down so that they're like the float is on the mud. They stay up in the air enough so that they're off the substrate, which is what they want.
Have you been out there walking around?
I have many times.
No, I mean on this side.
Yes, we're working on the one next door right now. We're just doing some repairs on it. And I'm actually building the one that's down around the corner, number 51.
Okay.
So I've checked all those sites.
My experience is the farther farther west you go in Little Harbor, the softer the sediment. And there's places where you really don't want to be wading. Farther west where there's more current, the bottom is far firmer and it tends to be, sandy, firm sand, in fact. But when you get out here on this west side, it can be really dangerous to be walking around out there.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big guy, so when I step in there, I pretty much go down to my waist almost.
Your waist.
Your waist.
But I'm just putting 2 feet on the ground to go into the thing. This thing is,
Yeah.
the feet that we use are long boards that go the width of the float. So they hold it up better than me standing on my 2 feet. And it depends on where I am. We just put one in right around the corner at next to Steve Carell's house, the next house down, Wallette. And he has these mud shoes and they don't even sink into the mud. They just sit on the mud and they just stop. There's nothing, no sinking at all.
Is
So
that a different?
you're right. It's a
technology?
little different in each place. Sorry, sir.
Is that a different technology of float? One that doesn't sink?
No, like I think it's Tom said, it depends on the area. Some of the areas, even if the silt is deeper and more abundant, sometimes there's rocks in there, so it helps at the same time. So I mean, every one is like a little bit different than the one next to it.
I mean, my comment is it just looks like the width of those runners, or whatever you want to call them, or what do you call them? Skids, sorry. They look pretty narrow. Did you say they were 3 inches wide? Is that the dimension for that?
We don't call out the width on our plans.
Okay. Well, just relative to the rest of the drawing, they look pretty narrow to me, honestly.
So it's usually 3 inches thick wood,
Yeah,
and they're usually 8 inches wide. So
8
that's-
inches wide.
yeah, so it's 3 by 8s. That's, I think I said that earlier, but it's 3 by 8s is what we use for those feet to go across.
Okay, so that doesn't look anything like the cross section.
Can't comment to that.
It looks to me like it's the vertical dimension is greater than the horizontal direction, and what you're describing is the opposite of that.
Yeah, like I said, I can't really comment on that, but I don't see the bottom dimension. I just see the post going down.
Yeah, I would recommend a condition that adequate skids so that the dock does not sit in the mud. That way, you know what, whatever we spec, if they need to be wider, they'll be modified in the field.
I think yeah, but it's not actually a factor of safety, but the same idea that 18 inches is probably inadequate. If you want to see 18 inches, you probably better put 30.
Which is what the DMF recommended in their letter, I believe. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, they recommended posts to maintain 30 inches off. So if you put a 30-inch skid, chances are it's gonna sink at least, you know, I don't know the conditions out there, but
Well, it could easily, I think it could easily sink the whole 18 inches. And you won't know until you actually put it in there. And I think there should be a provision for a minimum clearance between the substrate and the bottom of that float, regardless of what it takes to achieve it, rather than settling on a spec for the size of the skids. We should be insisting on a spec for the maximum or the minimum clearance that is maintained, however you can do it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's how this is written, but the minimum is 18 inches because it says that the note reads that the skids to provide 18 inches of separation between the bottom of the drums and the substrate. Right?
At all times.
If the requirement is actually 30 and we want to hold to that requirement, then that note should be, or condition should be that that's 30 inches of separation. And then the skid has to be designed appropriately to do that. The skid and the posts that are supporting it.
Yeah.
Chris, is it not going to vary depending on how many people are on the float and what you have in the way of, you know, craft and boards and everything else?
Yes.
I guess that.
but basically this note is suggesting that it's going to, you know, the skid and the posts are going to accommodate that. So Jeff, is there a reason that the that your design calls for an 18 inches separation when the request was for 30.
Well, we just got their request for 30 today. I've never seen that requested as 30. We've always done 18. So, being consistent, that's how we designed it.
Mhm. Keith, is there any reason that construction would be a problem? Am I lost, Keith?
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Jeff, if you want to elaborate on that, we did talk about an option earlier today. Just don't know if you want to.
Oh, to do the floats, to drive.
Yeah,
Yeah, what DMF is recommending is to drive piles, and you would do four piles, one in each corner, and then have a horizontal board across that the dock would sit on, and you're not relying on skids. So,
and if we do that, we can drive the pilings to resistance or refusal, and at that point, we put the boards across that the float comes down and sits on. We call it a cradle, if you're gonna do it that way instead of the skids. And that way we can, whatever you guys pick as your number that you want it to be, we can set those boards at that number, and then there's no sinkage because the piles are already driven to refusal. So there's two different ways to do it. I've done it both ways in locations in Little Harbor and in the Gulf River.
I think that makes sense. It seemed when you were first talking about pilings, like it wasn't feasible, but sounds like you do have an option for piles. So
yeah, it's certainly more work in the construction because you do have to bring in a barge in to do that. So it's some more equipment, but it is feasible. It is doable.
Respectfully, Jeff, you can't get a barge into Little Harbor. So we would be doing it by land, by walking out there onto the mud that we were just talking about, usually on pieces of plywood so that we don't sink down and we don't do any damage out there with the tripod, stand the piles up, pound them in, and then come back out on the plywood and walk back out. We can't get a barge in through that little under the bridge on the other side there. So we have to do it by hand. It is a lot more work, like Jeff said, but it'll be done by hand, not with a barge.
Jeff, could you summarize the pros and cons of the two approaches, please?
Well, the pros to driving the piles is that we can set that height to whatever height you would like, 18 inches, 30 inches, and you don't have to worry about settling at all. I'm open to that if you're more comfortable with it, to be honest.
We then could choose a larger clearance between the marsh grass and the bottom of the float, correct? If we did that?
Well, it's not marsh grass, it's a mud flat.
Mud flat, yeah.
But yeah, you could pick any number. I don't personally see the benefit of being 30 inches as opposed to 18, but
And do you know about how far it takes to drive to get to refusal in this area?
On the marsh itself, it's probably going to be about 9 to 11 feet. Out there, it'll be a little less because you don't have the marsh to go through. You're right down into the mud. So you're probably looking at 6 or 7 feet to refusal.
Jeff, from an environmental viewpoint, how would you summarize the pros and cons in terms of the effect on the bottom, shellfish, and everything else of the two approaches? Could you summarize that, please?
sure. I think driving the piles is probably the more environmentally sound approach. You're walking out on the mud flats really once to drive those piles. And the only impact is the square footage of the piles, as opposed to having the impact being the entire length of the skid every low tide. So I think that's a good approach environmentally and feasibly.
One of the things we have to be aware of in our rules and regulations, it brings up the question of minimizing the disturbance to the surface area underneath structures like this. It seems to me that the second approach, which we're talking about now, would more greatly minimize that disturbance. And to me, that's the way we ought to go for that very reason. Unless there are some other overriding negatives that haven't come up, but this is the safest approach in terms of the shellfish, in terms of the life down there and all that. But I'm willing to have people argue against me. I'm not a construction guy or anything like that.
Eric, I agree with you, and that's basically what was written in the letter by the DMF. I mean, maybe we could, if you want, somebody could pull it up. And
I've read it. I kind of wanted to put it on the table so we could get it into the record.
yeah,
All right.
I would defer to the DMF personally.
I agree with the piles and the 30 inches as well from the DMF.
Okay. It sounds like we're moving in that direction.
That certainly can be a condition of the project. Are there any other issues or concerns?
As Chris mentioned also, in that letter, the DMF also recommended a different ratio of the height. I think it was 1.5 to 1 as opposed to 1 to 1. Again, unless there's some reason not to, I would defer to the DMF simply because they were out there and that's what they do and that's their specialty to protect the environment.
Yep, I agree. I just want to make sure I understand right. Sorry.
I
Does
just
that-
I don't have the
does that-
letter right with me, but maybe if somebody could pull it up, I believe that's what they said.
It is in
Yep.
maybe
Yeah.
not so many words, but that's certainly the intent of the letter, Kathy.
So
Okay.
Jeff, do you want to repeat what you had said about why you chose 1.25 to 1?
Yeah, I will. The kind of the standard for a long time was 1 to 1. That's what DEP recommends. More recently, the DMF has been recommending 1.5 to 1. And, I do see mixed results depending on the town, different commissions on what their preference is. It's a balance. How high do you want it to be aesthetically versus how high do you really think it needs to be to get light underneath? This is designed at 1.25 to 1 or 5 feet above the ground. My personal opinion is that is adequate, but if you're more comfortable with raising it up and doing the 1.5 to 1, that's fine.
It's really just a foot high, right? It goes to 6 to be
Yeah.
1.5 to 1.
Yep.
Yes, and the paper that DMF actually cites for that recommendation is from just this past year. So I don't know how long they've been making that recommendation, but if it's going to be a new recommendation for going forward, I think despite what other peers have been permanently lower.
As you look at the size and shape of piers up and down the waterways in Cohasset, there are a lot of different sizes and shapes going, all right? And in years past, standards are very, very different than they are right now. But, the higher it is, the more light that gets under, and the healthier the whatever the plant growth is going to be in the animals are going to be happier underneath it. So, but I guess, Jeff, it's a bit more expensive and a bit more dangerous walking along, I guess, correct?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
I haven't done any studies on this, but I've been on plenty of docks that I would estimate at about 4 feet off the ground, and the marsh is thriving underneath.
Yeah, I know.
If this is a 42-inch handrail, right?
What's that?
The handrail, the height of the handrail is a code handrail to 42 inches.
I'm gonna ask Keith what his intent was on that.
42
Keith,
is
the
the
height
number we go by.
of the railing?
42 is what we go by, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somehow, Chris, I think one way or another, we have to either accept the DMF recommendations or have good reasons not to accept them, all right? And I'm having problems thinking of good reasons not to accept them because they are the proper regulatory authority that we should be following. I mean, we run into this quite often in the past, Chris, and we've always had different approaches on it. But I think from a thoroughness viewpoint, either we accept it or we don't. And if we accept it, we just get on and do it, and then and we live up to those standards.
I think everyone's in agreement on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So just to recap, before we make a motion, Jeff, I think what we're saying is that the float would rest on piles with a 30-inch separation between the cradle and the bottom of the float. The height of the boardwalk would be 1.5 to the 1 ratio for the width to height. And kind of circling back to my earlier comment, the overlook should be limited to an 8x8 size.
Correct. Those are the 3 conditions that I have in my notes.
Does that sound acceptable?
It does, yes.
Commissioners, has anyone else got anything else they'd like to add? No. Then I'll either entertain a motion or make a motion to issue a order of conditions, which has those 3 conditions.
Chris, I think you just made the motion, didn't you?
Okay, well, I'll do it. Chris McFarland makes a motion to issue an order of condition for NOI 21-32 for 55 Gammon Road, a dock and gangway, with the following conditions: that the float shall rest on a cradle, which is designed to create 30 inches of separation between the top of the cradle and the bottom of the float. That the height of the boardwalk shall have a ratio of 1.5 to 1 height to width along its length, and that the overlook shall be a maximum size of 8 foot by 8 foot. Do I have a second?
A second.
Having a motion and a second, I'd like to take a roll call vote. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, yay.
Tom Bell?
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower?
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0 to 0. We need to also issue a variance for this, for work within the 50 foot. So we'll take a roll call vote for variance. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell?
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower?
Eric, aye.
And Chris McFarland, aye. So that vote passes 5-0. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Keith and applicant.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 21-22 for a replacement of a septic system at 330 North Main Street. Charlotte.
Yes, also Jeff. And Jeff, should I promote anybody else in the audience?
Not for this one, just myself.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Just want to confirm.
Okay, this property, 330 North Main Street, it's developed with a single-family home that was built in 1910. It's a 3-bedroom home. And we're in front of you because they have a failed septic system. And and there's an isolated vegetated wetland on the property, or an IVW, located here. The difference between an IVW and a BVW is that an IVW is a small pocket wetland that's not connected to a larger bordering vegetated wetland. And it's not a jurisdictional area under the Wetlands Protection Act, only under the Cohasset local bylaws. So this actually does not require a filing with the DEP, only the Cohasset Conservation Commission. We had that wetland flagged by John Zimmer, a professional wetland scientist with South River Environmental. And the existing failed septic system is right here. And it's actually failing, it's breaking out, which is why they're upgrading it. The new system will include a new septic tank, which will flow by gravity to a distribution box to a Presby leaching field. The system is 23 feet off of the IVW. That does not require any variances or special consideration for that, because it's only an IVW. It's a fully Title V compliant septic system, and it's going back in the same location as the existing. So what they'll do is typically when a septic system fails is a biomat is formed directly below the leaching field. So they'll excavate out that material and get down to clean sand, build it back up with sand, and then put the new leaching field in on top of that. There's nowhere else on the property. The area in the front yard is a big ledge rock outcrop. I have a photograph of that if you'd like to see it. So it's real, it's the only spot it can go. There will be an erosion barrier in place during construction, and this will be an environmental improvement because, again, it's replacing a failed septic system.
Charlotte, I know you made a site visit. Do you have any comments or thoughts?
Yeah, I did speak with Jeff and the engineers of, asking the same questions of, is it possible to move it out of the 25-foot buffer zone? And, from the conversations with the ledge and property line restrictions, that wasn't possible. When I did go out to the site, I did take some photos. The isolated vegetated wetland does go a little bit downhill. You can tell from some of the grading on the map. But other than that, there were no major trees, in the way of that little section going into the buffer zone, and no major, vegetation other than like grasses and some small like shrub stuff.
Jeff, what are the components of the current system?
Septic tank to a distribution box to a leaching field made up of perforated pipe and stone.
So that's all going to be excavated out, correct?
Yes.
And in doing so, the idea would be to leave the portion under the driveway?
Correct, yes.
And is that, it's just going to be a big void. How's it going to be filled back in? Because you're going to remove half of the tank, correct?
We're going to put it. Oh, I'm sorry. The tank is an existing tank. The tank is going to remain.
Right.
And then the field is right here. So they'll excavate down about, I would estimate about 3.5 feet. Yep. And they're going to remove that material. They have to get down below that biomat that forms directly below the chambers. So in this case, in this cross section, it's usually a biomat right below that's only about 1 inch thick. It's basically all the greases have sealed it up right under the stone. They'll remove that, dispose of it offsite, and then fill it back in with Title V sand and the leaching piping, and then re-loam and seed it.
So if you go back to the plan, the square box that you see extending under the driveway, right where your cursor is.
Yeah.
And the two smaller squares off the end, what is that representing?
They will be abandoned in place, not removed.
Pipes, basically just pipes.
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to be able to just cut those off right at the edge of the driveway.
Yes.
Jeff, the new septic system, will this be a denitrifying system?
No, I don't believe Presby gets nitrogen credits for removal.
I'm looking at a photo, an air photo of this from April of 2018, and it looks like there's standing water in this closed depression. And I looked at the DEM here. It's definitely a closed depression. It looks to me like it could be a vernal pool.
You know, not that I'm aware of.
Looks like standing water in April. They say 2 months of standing water in spring and an absence of fish. And I don't see how they'd ever get there, is basically what you need to define a vernal pool by.
Yeah, I can tell you it's not mapped as an estimated, as a potential vernal pool or a certified vernal pool.
I'm aware of that. It's not,
Yeah.
it's neither identified as a potential or a certified vernal pool. But that really doesn't matter in some senses. The state obviously can't investigate every pothole out here. And this is a pothole. I mean, it's not like this has an outlet. It's
Yeah,
not like
the
some
only
of
way
our
to-
other isolated vegetated wetlands that clearly are just wide spots in a drainage. This is actually a depression. It looks like it might be some sort of, I can't remember what you call it, when you've got sediment and there was ice there at one time and the ice melts and the whole thing.
Pothole.
Kettle pond, that's what I'm looking for. What did you say, Eric?
I said a pothole. Where
Yeah.
it goes back to
A kettle
goes back to
pond, a
glacial
kettle
time.
pond's what
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
typically called. And it sort of looks like that's what this is.
And Tom, the criteria is 2 months of water
Yeah,
collected
60
annually,
60 days of standing water and
continuous.
the absence of predatory fish. I believe, I think there's not much more to it than that. There are a number of ways of establishing that. If you go out there in April and you can capture fairy shrimp, that's good enough for DEP to label it a vernal pond, vernal pool.
Yeah, yeah.
And that has a 100-foot protection zone around it by state law, by law.
Well,
So I'm concerned about this, but I realize that it's not identified as one and not even identified as a potential one. Now, if the state were to look at it, they probably would identify it as a potential one. It is a closed depression. I would feel more comfortable if the septic system that was being installed here was a denitrifying system.
The only way to determine if this is a vernal pool or not would be to wait till the springtime to evaluate it.
That's right.
It's a situation where there's nowhere else to put the septic system, so we know it wouldn't change that part of the design. A denitrification system would involve, instead of reusing the existing tank, it would be a new treatment tank with an electric portion to it with blowers and additional filters. I would suggest a condition that you're not necessarily approving the wetland lines. If someone were to come back down the road, a year down the road with an addition to the house or something like that, they would have to actually evaluate it to see whether or not it's a vernal pool. This is a situation where the septic system has failed right now. It's breaking out. It needs to be fixed and needs to be fixed immediately. And the Presby system that we're proposing, although I'm not positive if the DEP gives it credit for denitrification, it is considered an IA system and it gets more treatment than a regular system because it's there's 12-inch diameter pipes that are wrapped in a filter fabric, so they get additional treatment at that location.
Jeff, why don't we quickly look into the alternative to the Presby system, to a denitrifying system, and move rapidly on that, at least evaluating that possibility. Doesn't make-
Because
doesn't
you would
sense.
still have the Presby system, and a Presby system provides further treatment than a conventional system. So we're already providing further treatment than a conventional system. If we were to do denitrification, it would be putting in a new treatment, a new tank, as opposed to reutilizing the existing tank.
Which by your note, you're not 100% sure you can do anyway.
99% of the time, that's it. We're saying to be inspected for structural integrity and reused if suitable. 99% of the time, it's determined to be structurally fine. But we just at this point, we haven't climbed into it and pumped it and really inspected it.
So maybe you're not ready to make a decision here. If you haven't fully inspected the system, I guess you can't do that until you start tearing it apart, though, huh?
Exactly.
Don't want to climb in there yet, huh, Jeff?
No, and excavate around it, and no.
Well, I don't
They
know.
will be adding a
This is
filter as
kind of
well.
an
So this new
uncomfortable
system
situation.
will have far more treatment than the existing.
It clearly does look like it could be a vernal pool. I'm not sure that that's exactly what I'm seeing on this photo, but it sure looks like there's open water there in April.
You'd have to wait until the springtime and see if
Yeah,
it stays
I
wet for 60
understand
days.
that. I understand that. So this is kind of a tough situation. You know, maybe it calls for some creative thinking here about how to avoid this. You know, there must be something. What else? Let me ask you, what more could you do that doesn't involve a huge expense to the property owner? Is there any more you could do to protect this wetland than what you've already done?
I can't think of anything else. The tank will be retrofitted with a new filter, and it will be a new fully Title V compliant system. And it's already going above and beyond with the Presby field as opposed to a conventional.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, aside from the presence of water for 2 months, is there a vegetative analysis approach one can take in terms of looking at the whether they are vernal pool types of plants and vernal pool soils and oxygen content in the soil and all of that, hydrophobic, anaerobic, and all? Can we do, is that type a part of the analysis for vernal pools?
It's not.
I know you have to wait till springtime for the evaluation because it has come up on other projects before. In the
It's
past.
not, Eric.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get a chuckle out of this, but you can get it certified by catching these fairy shrimp or getting a certain number of hours of nighttime frog voice recordings. So they can identify the species of frogs that might be breeding there, or you can go out there and catch salamanders and trap their, and pull their egg masses off vegetation.
Have to bring my wife down. This is the croaker.
And one of the nice things about this certification project is they expect citizens to do this. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't do it themselves. It's very time consuming and obviously, and so citizens can go out and actually get the evidence for vernal pool certification.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has to be, Jeff's absolutely right. It would have to be done in spring. So that obviously that's not a solution to this kind of
It seems
dilemma
to me,
here.
Jeff, we need to put together an emergency plan here that meets the immediate needs of the homeowner. Let them know there could be something hanging in the springtime that has to be analyzed and a different option taken then, but somehow we have to move rapidly on this. That's what I think.
I think I just would feel that your assurance that you've gone over and above what the normal retrofitting or replacement is probably going to have to do. I mean, I can't see these people, if they've failed Title V, they're creating more, the longer that thing continues to work in failure mode, that's not a good thing. and it may be counterproductive to try to do anything other than what you've proposed, Jeff. I just wonder whether it is feasible to go just even a bit further. Is there something between this full-blown denitrifying system that exists between what you're doing there? And if you can bump this up just a bit more, it'd make me feel better.
The tank isn't failing at this point. It's the field, and we are replacing a conventional field with an IA system that is going above and beyond.
What is an IA system? You want to explain that, please?
Innovative and alternative.
Okay.
It's a system that's been tested by the DEP and approved by them, and proven to get better treatment than a conventional system in this case. Because to elaborate on that, a conventional system is just perforated pipe and stone. So you get, that biomat forms directly below the stone. And then more recently, you see a lot of the plastic chambers, they just sit in the sand. Same thing, the biomat fills right below it. In this case, you have 6 inches of sand and then a 12-inch pipe wrapped in fabric. And that's where you get the failure. And those more often than not is in the pipe itself, as opposed to below it. So you get further treatment and then backfilled with sand to the top of the pipe and then 6 inches above that and then loam.
Is this in the watershed protection zone for James Brook?
That would require nitrogen removal. So I'm going to say no, because that would have been a board.
Yeah, we get, we have wells at Sawyer Street and Elms Meadow, and that's in the James Brook watershed. And so I believe that 30% of our drinking water comes from that Elms Meadow well. A lot of people think it comes from Lily Pond. I don't think that's right. If I remember right, Jason Federico told me that the reason they pump so much from Elms Meadow is because it's cheaper to treat. So all of these septic tanks along North Main are feeding into that aquifer. I think he told me that it's screened only at 30 feet too. So they're really taking some pretty shallow groundwater out of here. And here we have a whole watershed full of this one will be better, no doubt, than all their neighbors, but this is a long-term concern for the town, I think, as we move forward, and water demands grow, if they do, if that's even possible, to supply that growing demand. I think this is a long-term issue, and that's another reason why I'd really feel a lot more comfortable if this were upgraded a bit more.
Jeff, can you give us an order of magnitude idea of what the cost difference would be between what you're proposing and a denitrification system?
I typically tell clients to do a treatment tank is probably adding about $5,000. And that's when they're already replacing the tank anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, it would be quite a bit more than that, maybe $6,000 or $7,000 more.
Are there any state programs to help homeowners with a conversion like this? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, did you have a question? I see you raised your hand.
No. I was scratching my shoulder.
Okay.
No, your computer raised its hand.
Yeah, it's getting late. Sorry, I'll keep my hands down.
All right. Well, Tom, do you
Well, I
have
don't see any reasonable alternatives. I mean, that's really expensive, and there are these issues that we really do need to be mindful of. But a failed system is a failed system, and I think we probably should just move forward with it.
Okay. Any other comments?
No.
I see nothing in the chat, so with that said, Tom, are there any orders of condition that you think that should be observed during this construction?
I think Jeff's plan is a sound one, and I can't think of anything that I could add to it.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 21-22 for 330 North Main Street to replace the septic system per Jeff's plans or per Morse Engineering plans. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having heard a motion, a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. And again, we're going to need to vote on a variance for work within the 25-foot isolated vegetative wetland. So we'll take a vote for that. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. So that vote passes 5-0-0. Jeff, thank you. Was the next one yours too?
Yeah, I have the next three, actually.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, so
It'll
our
be
next
snowing out
hearing
by the
is,
time I'm done.
our next hearing is a stormwater permit 21-43 for 279 North Main Street, which is a raise and rebuild an existing dwelling.
Okay, this property is again 279 North Main Street. We filed a stormwater permit for a raise and rebuild of a single-family home. And therefore, the lot is currently developed. North Main Street is on the left-hand side of the page. Currently, there's a paved driveway that comes back. It's it terminates at this point here. There's one shed here, a second shed here that will be removed. And then it's a very small dwelling located right here. The current tree line is right here. And the property slopes in an easterly direction towards the MBTA railroad tracks. So the proposed work will be to extend the driveway. The only new portion of asphalt will be here. That will flow to a crushed stone trench. And then this is obviously the new dwelling as a 2-car garage. It will be a 4-bedroom dwelling similar to the existing. And the grading will match the existing on the sides, the rear. And it's essentially the same through the side, a little bit of fill in this corner, but the drainage patterns are not altered. Roof runoff will go to 2 drywall systems located here and here. They're made up of ARC 36 high capacity chambers, and they have been sized in order to reduce the rates and the volumes of runoff. So it has been designed in accordance with your stormwater bylaw and regulations, and that we're reducing runoff. And in this case, all the work is in this area that's currently developed. There are no trees to come down and no down gradient of butters other than the MBTA where runoff will be reduced to.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, have you visited the site?
Yeah, so I did walk the site, and Jeff is correct. There's no trees to remove, and then of course no abutters other than the train. It goes downhill to the tracks, and then on the driveway, I did confirm that they're only doing that specific part that's on the site plan, so they're not doing the rest of the other driveway or the road connecting to North Main. So it's just that one section.
Jeff, have you done test pits in the area of these infiltration chambers?
We have test pit logs here on the plan, and
Okay.
they're within the vicinity. They're located here for the leaching field, which we're about 25 feet from with the nearest system. And generally you have groundwater at about 5 feet down, and it's a loamy sand material, which is good.
And no indication of ledge in this area?
They did have ledge down about, what's that, 7 feet. I'm really not anticipating ledge removal for this project, though.
Well, what's your overall depth for the infiltration systems?
So we're holding the same groundwater 5 feet down for the septic system.
Yeah.
And we're providing 2 feet of groundwater separation to a 16-inch chamber and then nine inches of cover. So you're looking at about 4 feet.
Jeff, we've sort of been leaning towards doing test pits wherever there's going to be an infiltration chamber. And I think that's good practice. You say you don't anticipate, well, we don't anticipate a lot of things that happen to us. So I think it would be wise to do a test pit at each one of your infiltration chamber sites.
I'll leave it up to the board, the commission on that. I know most sites in Cohasset have quite a bit of ledge outcrop, and it's a greater concern. This is one of those sites rarely where you don't see any ledge outcrops.
Jeff, I thought I saw a ledge outcrop where that shed is that's going to be removed.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can't picture that, but
Right there. I think it was sitting on the ledge or
was it? I can't picture that myself. But
quite a big outcrop.
maybe.
You can see it in the pictures of,
Yeah, Kathy, I can pull those up if you like, if that's
would
helpful.
you? I think it was,
Yes.
I wrote it down. What numbers? Photos 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you.
I was wondering.
Jeff, is it okay if you stop sharing and I can share my screen?
Yep, all yours.
Sorry, give me 1 sec.
That's right.
Oh, there they are. They're the last couple photos, sorry. There we go. Sorry for that. So this is the left-hand side of the house where the shed pictured here will be removed per the site plan. And then there's some existing ledge here just at the end of the property.
Yeah, Jeff, I think it'd be a good idea to put in a couple of test pits.
Okay, that ledge outcrop is on the opposite side of the shed from the house. But I understand if we can do test pits.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We've been running into a lot of projects where prior to us requesting them, the people are running into them, and it just comes back to haunt us later on that we have to worry about systems being moved during construction that then we have to go back and re-permit. So it'll save us all a lot of headache if we do that.
Okay,
And Jeff, there's no plans to remove that outcrop. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, that's good.
Any other thoughts on this one? Jeff, is this something you could get done by, and we could continue to the 20th? Could it be done before then?
Yeah, certainly.
Is everyone in agreement for that?
Yep.
Okay, I'll request a continuance to the 20th then, please.
Okay, this hearing will be continued till January 20th. Thank you. Our next hearing this evening would be for NOI 22-01 for 138 Atlantic Avenue is to move a shed footprint.
Okay, this property is 138 Atlantic Ave. We have been in front of the commission a few times in the last couple of years. We permitted once an addition over here that was not built. And then more recently, beginning of 2021, a swimming pool in this location, which we've not now filed a COC for. At this point, we filed a notice of intent to demolish and remove the existing shed here, which is 25 feet away from the wetland, and construct a new shed, 16 by 20, located here. It's 45 feet off of the wetland, so we are aware that it will require a variance. However, we feel that it's a far improvement, as it's only minimally within the 50-foot buffer. And it's important to the property owner that it be in this location, ideally sitting just adjacent to a stone wall and uphill of the slope. That's the ideal location in the field for the shed. Pretty simple project, you know, other than that, a corner of it's in the 50-foot buffer. There will be a mulch sock, a 12-inch mulch sock, to prevent any mitigation of silt towards the wetland during construction. And access for construction will come down the driveway and then across the lawn. So there are no trees to be removed. It's all within the existing lawn area.
So Jeff, you're saying that this is going to be on a slab foundation? Is it going to have a frost wall to it, or is it just a thickened slab?
It will have a 4-foot deep frost wall.
So on the corner that's sitting inside the buffer area, it looks to be about it's gonna be out of the ground, what, 2.5 feet, 1.5 feet?
27. Yeah, about 2 feet.
About 2 feet out of the ground there. I mean, it's hard for me to understand, you know, going through all this trouble, but ending up with 5 feet inside the wetland. But I mean, I'm not the homeowner, but it's difficult for me to understand this.
I understand that. We did discuss at length how this requires a variance, but it's very important to the property owners that this is the ideal location for it. And I do think it's an improvement moving it.
Well, I agree. I agree. It's an improvement, but it's hard to understand how he's going to move a shed up the slope, not quite all the way up the slope. I assume the door is facing the house, although I don't know that for sure. Maybe that's not correct, because it would still be on the slope. So maybe it's on the other side. So let me ask that. What side of the shed is the door on?
Facing the swimming pool, so it would have a ramp.
It would have,
or a step. Yeah.
Is the grade going to change there in order to hit the step at a level landing, or is it going to be like a fading step?
It's a lot more level than in the field than I guess those contours show. I wish I had a photo. I do
Wait
have
a
a
minute.
photo, but it would take a little while to find.
Jeff, are you telling us your contour map's wrong?
He is.
He is.
Unless maybe it just drops off drastically at the 28 contour, but from, you know, closer to the 29, it's more flat. But I picture it being a relatively flat location.
Will a photo help, Jeff? I did visit this site too.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm looking
Okay.
for one on my phone. It's going to take me a while to find.
Okay, yeah, sure. I can share my screen if you want to
Okay.
stop sharing for a sec.
I'm with Chris here. I don't understand why we're stuck on 2 more feet to get out of the out of the 50-foot buffer. I mean, why would we give a variance for 2 feet here? I mean, I just don't see how that's going to make any noticeable difference if the landowner moves that thing 2 more feet.
5 feet.
5 feet, okay, 5 feet. It's hard to see how that's really going to, I mean, you talk about this ideal as if this is some sort of the gold standard of where you put a shed. I mean, really, is it that important to him that he can't move it 5 feet?
Well, I think we need to look at it as, is it improving the existing conditions?
No, that's not how we have to
No.
look at it, Jeff.
Yeah, that's not.
We have
that's
to
not the
look at
standard.
it as to whether or not it meets the criteria of our bylaws. And the bylaws specifically say that the 50-foot buffer is a no build zone. And
Jeff,
you know,
let me
there
just
was-
tell you,
if
I
there-
have never voted for a project with construction in the buffer zone. Zero, nada. And I don't guarantee it. I probably will continue that tradition tonight. I'm just one person, all right? I feel very strongly that when we have our backs to the wall, we have to maintain our standards. And if we have no other standard, it's we don't build in the 50-foot buffer zone. Unless there's an emergency, unless it's a police department or fire engine or whatever, all right? And I think you engineers have been through this before. So we don't have to spend too much time arguing about this. We've taken this position at least for the 4 years that I've been on the Concom, so.
Nice to see that old shed get out of the zone.
Yes,
Let's not put the.
all in
let's not put
favor
the
of
new
that.
one it's still in the zone. I'm with you, Eric.
So I fully understand that you do not often grant variances for work in the 50-foot buffer. We spent a lot of time talking about it. This is just one of those rare situations where getting that shed out of that lower area adjacent to the wetland and putting it up in the lawn is an improvement.
It would be an improvement if we allowed you to do it, but you need to make some sort of compelling argument here that, you know, as Jay loves to say, we only give variances under rare and unusual circumstances. And one of those circumstances might be when there's a public good involved. I don't see how you could make an argument that there's a public good to be 2 feet into the buffer. Maybe you can think of one. If you can, I'm ready to listen.
Hear it. And we're more than willing to have the owner come before us because apparently he's very attached to the new position for the shed, and we'll hear him out. All right, emotional or whatever.
If we came back with a planting plan to improve the buffer zone in that area where the shed currently is.
Well, that brings up an
That
interesting
change your opinion
question
on
in and of itself. When you
Yeah,
tear
for
that
that I
shed
will
down,
know.
what did you have
The
planned
2
for that?
months, excuse me, Tom, 2 months from now, you'll come back and say, Eric, you let us build in the buffer zone. All right. You don't stick to your rules at all. You caved in on that one. I got another one for you. I'd like you to cave in on that one. And all of a sudden, little by little, we have no precedent that's established, and we end up being eaten away at by people like yourself, who obviously do your best to defend your customers' interests. All right, and I can understand that, but you know, there's things in life other than that.
Oh, do you have any other pictures?
I agree with that sentiment, Eric.
Yeah, so this is the specific corner that I just wanted to document of the shed that would be in the portion of the 50-foot buffer. As you can see, there's an existing rhododendron bush, which the owner didn't want to remove. So to build the shed, so she said if we can build around it, she's willing to keep it. So I just wanted to document that. And then these are just some of the existing, vegetation and trees that are around the existing shed. And then this is the wetlands in the back, just for reference. But I did want to document, the slope of the yard. And then this was the full scale of the yard. And when I did talk to the owner, she said the same thing to, it was the missus. She said the same thing to Jeff of, they want to preserve their, they wanted to put it in that exact place. So I did ask the same question of, can you get it out of the 50? And that was their preference. But yeah, this is just the full photo of, the yard itself and then the slope of where they'll move it up.
mean, I will say that it's a completely disturbed corner of the wetland.
Mhm.
It's planted with non-native species and you know, basically disturbed as it is. But I don't, as Tom said, I don't see any compelling reason why it can't just come outside of the 50-foot buffer. It's just, in fact, I think the homeowner should consider the orientation of the building, because that's someday they'll look at it and they'll say, why didn't we make that orthogonal to the house and the pool and everything else? Which would happen to kick that corner right out.
Okay.
But it also, Jeff, you do have to figure out, I know there's not a heck of a lot of slope here, but there is some slope. I think if there's a ramp or there's stairs, it would be wise to put them on the drawing so we understand what's, you know, how much grading is actually going to take place there. It's not a lot, but it's
Sure.
every little bit matters.
Okay.
Do we
All right.
vote?
Well, I think I've heard your comments on this. Can I continue this to the January 20th hearing as well?
Okay,
I think that would be advisable.
good.
Okay, so NOI 21-01 at 138 Atlantic Avenue shall be continued till January 20th. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 21-13, Stormwater Permit 21-10 for 68 Whitehead Road. This is an amended order of, is this a new order of conditions, Charlotte, or amended?
No, this is an amended order of conditions. Well, an amended
order.
NOI.
Okay,
Okay. Is it an amended stormwater permit as well?
It's tied to a
Yes.
stormwater permit, so yes.
Okay. All right, Jeff, this is gonna, since we've been through this project, this is the third time this project, or second time it's come back. So the third time we're looking at it. So do your best if you can to try to explain to us what's going on.
Sure. So this project, it's a single family home project that was approved by the commission. Actually, I'm not sharing my screen yet. Let me bring that up.
Is this under construction?
It is. So the project was approved back in April of 2021, and then there was a minor revision approved in November. The orange outline is the house box that was approved originally back in April. So you see the bold black line is the erosion barrier and the limit of work. So it's
Yep.
entirely outside of that 50-foot buffer shown in red. We filed, so the orange is what was approved. We filed for an administrative minor modification to move that footprint 10 feet west away from the resource area. And the construction of that is ongoing right now. They're doing some of the site work associated with it. At this point, we're here for a modification, and the modifications are to add a third garage bay here. So it does go slightly into the tree line here compared to the existing tree line. So a little bit more tree removal, not a whole lot. Adding a porch on the easterly side of the house, and you can see that porch is entirely within the footprint of the house that was previously permitted. So
Yeah.
no closer to the resource area. It is a larger roof area because of that porch in the garage. So we increased the size of the roof drywall system by 40%. It originally had a patio in this area, which is now located over here more to the side. And then lastly, the wall was going to vary from 0 feet in height to 4 feet at the highest point here. We're now proposing that to be taller, to vary from 0 to 7 feet tall at this point, in order to have less steps down from the porch and from the first floor level. Because of that, it's now going to be a poured concrete wall with a stone veneer, as opposed to just a stacked boulder wall. And we do have that wall back from the 50-foot buffer about 3 feet, so there's enough room to excavate down and pin that wall to either the ledge or put a footing in. So still the same limit of work, no work into the 50-foot buffer. So overall, we do see Again, we're adding a third bay and we're adding a porch, but the porch is in the area of the footprint. Thank you. Oh, and the planting schematic has not changed. It's just everything is shifted 10 feet. So we provide a planting schedule, which, you know, remains the same.
Charlotte, have you gone out here?
Yes, so I went out there and yes, the site is definitely under active construction. A lot of the ledge is, dug up, and the trees that are marked in red, to be removed have all been cleared. I just want to note the other note on the left-hand side of the site plan. Jeff, would it be okay to show the construction
yes.
entrance as well? So when I was out on site, there was a second temporary construction entrance that was being used. And I, talked to the contractor on the site and said it would be best to add this to the site plan so that the commission can be aware of these vehicles going in and out. Because right now there's the driveway, on the southern side that trucks were coming up, but they were also using this. They said that they got permission from the neighbors to use this paved driveway and go through here. When I inspected the site, I didn't see any trees removed or damage to that area. So I did talk to Jeff about this to add it to the plan so that conservation could be made aware of this and that, it would be, loamed and seeded at the end of the project.
If you mentioned at the where the third bay of the garage is that there'll be some tree removal, but what you're representing there is the tree canopy. Are there individual trees being removed in that area?
No significant trees, nothing bigger than 12-inch diameter.
Okay. At the area of the stone wall, the plan south, you're showing two trees to remain, a 12-inch and an 18-inch. No, that's contour 18. I can't see what size that tree is.
Yeah, these two here though.
Yeah. Do you know what type of trees those are?
It's primarily oaks, so I would guess an oak.
Because, obviously the representation here is that these are, what's being represented is probably far from what the canopy actually is. I imagine the canopies are that big, if not even bigger, maybe twice as big. But what, obviously the wall is going to cut into the root zone of these trees considerably. So that's, it's a different type of wall. It's definitely going to have an impact on those trees. It would be good to know where the tree line of those particular trees actually extends to. Have they had to trim it all to build the building? Are you aware?
I don't believe they've trimmed those trees, but I don't know for sure. They're not building the building yet. They're just doing the excavation for the foundation.
Okay. Charlotte, do you have any photographs in that area?
Yes, sorry, give me 1 second. I could pull them up. Okay, I think I found a photo. Jeff, can I share my screen real quick? So you can kind of see it on the left-hand side. So these are the trees that are there, and this is, as they can see, you can see they're digging up the ledge and stuff for the foundation. So these trees on the left-hand side, I think, would be the ones that we're talking about.
I think it might be the ones on the right.
I think it's
Oh,
the
sorry.
other
Did you
side,
mean the
yeah.
ones on the other side of the garage, or like further over?
No, all the way down at the end.
Oh, okay.
Retaining
Like
wall.
these ones?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I guess it's too late now, isn't it? It's already dug. Is that the house foundation or is that the wall foundation? What they're
That's the
digging.
house foundation.
Okay. So that's the house foundation. So there's 4 trees shown there, but if you go back to the plan, there aren't 4 trees at that corner, I don't think.
I'll bring that up. Yeah, we have 3 in that corner.
Yeah, 3. So it looks like Does that mean we're losing a tree, that it just never made it on the survey? Are we looking at something different? I mean, if
It
that's the
means
house
it means it never made
foundation,
it on the survey.
yeah, if that's the house foundation, then by the time they get to that wall, those trees are going to be seriously diminished, to say the least. And, you know, just because you're not in the 50 doesn't mean you're not going to, those trees aren't necessarily going to survive. Now, you're showing all this Cultec, or whatever type of system it is, but there was an awful lot of stone coming out of there. Do we know what the perk is back there?
Yeah, that's in an area where the grade is being built up.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll be above the ledge if there is ledge in that area.
Okay. Tom, I'm guessing you have already gone to Google Earth to look if there are any trees were removed, huh? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Tom.
But on the site plan, we showed the trees to be removed in red.
Yep.
And they're certainly gone. This area where the work is was a gravel parking area
Right.
here.
I was thinking more the access roads. Obviously, Charlotte wouldn't have
over
seen
here.
if there was a tree removed because
Jeff, which way is north here?
Straight up.
Okay, right. Yeah, I was trying to look at it on Google Earth. It's not entirely clear to me here which lot. It doesn't locate this right. It's 68 Whitehead, right?
Right, just north of 62. They share a driveway.
Right.
And then probably on the aerial image, you would see a gravel area in this location.
Yeah, I'm having a real hard time figuring out exactly where this is.
it's kind of it's in the backyard. It's actually closer to it's down closer to, what is that other road there?
Well, there's this white road here that I can see on Google Earth. I presume that's all crushed oyster shell or something.
No, it's asphalt until it gets to a certain point.
Yeah,
But
right.
there,
I mean, I should know this because we've done so much work here. Remember the stables and all that, and
yes, that's the road. That road is
oh.
the road to the stables.
it's the road to the stables.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you know, this is such a plate of spaghetti of pork chop lots here. It's really hard to tell which one goes where. So I'm still sort of lost here with respect to this. Was there another structure here that was torn down?
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I can't figure it out from.
Okay. I'll bring it up on an aerial. Oops.
It's very hard to. Oh,
All right,
there's
so-
a better time of year than I was looking at.
So coming from the harbor, you have Atlantic Ave. And then Whitehead Road is, and I just lost it myself. Oh, there it is. Whitehead Road is here.
Yeah.
And this is the existing house at 62. This proposed house is in
Oh, okay.
this
Yeah.
location right here.
Okay. Yeah. all
And
right,
then that temporary construction entrance is coming off of this road here,
got it.
which,
Yeah,
you know,
but
we
this
we
the
permitted
house-
the barn at the end of it here last year.
This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the house with all the fill, is it, that had to be removed?
No, that was here, 73.
Okay,
We're
all
over
right.
here. Let's not
Just
confuse
below
that.
that, yeah. Okay.
So go back to your plan now that I'm back. on-
It's hard to believe from that aerial, though, that you can cut down trees to make that access road.
Yeah. Let me zoom in on that. seems like they had to cut something down here. They are pretty, it's relatively dense. It's hard to tell, you know, in the winter here, you've got all these shadows that sometimes it's hard to tell the tree from its own shadow. So it makes it look denser than it actually is. And so, yeah, Chris, I don't think I can answer that question at all.
No, it's hard to answer.
It's a narrow driveway. There are trees right on the edge of it.
I can post the pictures if that helps too.
Yeah, I can see the driveway there.
Okay.
And I can see, oh, you know what? I can see, it looks like there might have actually been, it might have been cleared in the past already, because there's a kind of a gray patch there.
Well, there's a
This is
walking
from a
path.
falling storm. This is a branch, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was actually something there before.
No, what was there before goes off to the right. This is something they brought in from the left, like the left.
Yeah, no, I think I see something from the left, a disturbed zone. There's a discoloration of the soil that's similar to the fork that goes to the north.
Okay.
There's one that goes due west. So yeah, it looks like if it was cleared, it must have been done a long time ago.
Okay.
I guess what I don't understand is why construction's going on before you brought this to us for some sort of change. I'm still a little murky about what you're asking for here. I mean, you've already got approval to move the house. Is that correct?
That's correct. So
Oh,
what they
okay.
don't have approval
They
for
want
is,
to add an extra bay to the garage and they want to add a porch.
Okay,
And that requires a taller stone wall.
but that part hasn't been started.
correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Got it.
Or they could do what 580 Jerusalem Road does and just make the changes and come back at the end.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'd light up your screen for that, Jeff.
No, that is not what I would advise.
We appreciate you coming.
Yes.
Just not too many more times. You're starting to confuse us.
I think this is the last one I have this evening.
No, I meant on this project.
Oh, okay.
So where are we?
Can you go back and share again, Jeff?
Yep. No, it's a lot of paperwork to come back for these modifications, but I'd rather do it this way than deal with it at, after the fact, of course.
Yeah, we think so.
I don't want to deal with it on the attempt for a certificate of compliance.
Yeah.
So there's no change to the stormwater, or there is?
Only in that we made the drywall system larger.
Yeah, okay. And did you remodel it?
We didn't remodel it. The roof area is 19% larger and the dry wells are 40% larger. And we're in an area that drains to land subject to coastal storm flowage, so that you're not actually required to mitigate the peak rates and volumes, although we did originally.
Yeah.
Jeff, I do think that I don't know how to handle this, but it is concerning to me that both those trees will lose roots on one side. They should concern the builder too, because the prevailing winds would blow them right onto the house. So I don't know, it might be worth considering removal and mitigation. But we don't necessarily have to address that today, but
Okay.
You might want to mention it to him. And this is, there's an easement going through this, correct?
Yes,
For people to walk through here?
right area.
Okay.
So they can't eliminate that
Right,
easement, but they're going to provide an alternative route.
right. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments by anyone?
No,
No. Doesn't look like we have anyone in the chat box. Now, Jeff, did you provide updated calculations for stormwater?
I did not update the report. That's what I was saying before, where we've overcompensated with the increased size of the dry wells. And it's in an area where you actually don't have to mitigate the peak rates and volumes because it flows to land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Okay.
But we originally did.
So we don't actually have to issue a new stormwater permit on this. Is that correct?
I did request an amended order of conditions and an amended stormwater permit.
Okay. So does anyone have any orders to be added to this? No? All right, then I'm gonna make a motion to amend the order of conditions for NOI 21-13 at 68 Whitehead Road. My one order, Jeff, is if those trees are, if excavation for the stone wall compromises the stability of those trees will need to be removed, and new trees will have to be planted to replace the ones that are removed.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Okay. Do I have a second on this amended order of conditions?
second,
Having heard a motion and a second to amend the order of conditions for NOI 21-13, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 5-0-0. And then we'll make a motion to amend the stormwater permit 21-10 for 68 Whitehead Road. Do I have a second?
Second,
Having heard a motion, a second to amend the stormwater permit 21-10 for 68 Whitehead Road. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. The stormwater permit amendment passes 5-0-0. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, everyone.
Is the last one yours too, or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Our last hearing this evening
Jeff.
is an RDA 22-01 for 26 Little Harbor Road. It's an addition project. And Charlotte, who'll be presenting this?
We have Paul Mirabito from Ross Engineering. Paul, can you hear us?
You're muted, Paul.
He's,
Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Charlotte, can you share the plan? Do you have the
Sure.
plan?
I can zoom in whenever you'd like me to.
Okay, that's good. This, the applicants for this property recently purchased a home within the last year, and prior to them purchasing it, the previous owner submitted a notice of intent for work on the property, which was submitted by our firm, Ross Engineering Company. The certificate of compliance for that work was recently issued. The new owners are proposing to put a small addition on the house, 5 feet by 10 feet. it would be for an expansion of the interior bathroom area inside the house. The resource area on our plan we show as being the top of the coastal bank. The closest portion of the addition would be 15 feet from the coastal bank. That same point on the addition is approximately 80 feet from the edge of the water, which was surveyed when we did the original notice of intent for the previous owner. The addition would be constructed on a frost wall. And once the framing is done, which should probably take a matter of a few days, the rest of the work would occur inside the house. In the front of the lot, we show an area that's a temporary area, which has been dedicated to store the equipment and any materials that they would need to frame the house. We show a silt sock around the work area. The existing area is part of the lawn and landscape area. There are no trees to be removed. We did ask for a variance in the event that we need it, even though it's from within 50 feet of the top of the coastal bank, as opposed to a wetland area, which would be the edge of the water. The soil excavation for that would be removed from the site. It would not be stockpiled. What they do is excavate it and haul it away. And they'd pour the frost wall and then frame it from there. And then the remaining work would be on the interior of the house. So I think with that, I'll end and answer any questions that members may have.
Charlotte, can you give us a little description?
Yeah, so I came out to the site, to evaluate the COC request from the old project and, talked about this small bump out addition with the owner. Given the distance with the coastal bank, I did say that, you can submit an RDA, but, depending on the, scale and scope of the project and the evaluation of alternatives, you may or may not need a notice of intent for this, but the area, which I can show photos of, is an existing, dirt like area, with some grass possibly, but it's a small bump out from what was previously built. And I did add a request that, equipment storage and stuff, be located obviously outside of the 50-foot buffer and with the silt sock around the entire premises. Well, the entire work area, but I can show pictures too of the where it would go if that would help for reference.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Was the original order of conditions for a raise and replace?
This was the addition here, I believe. Paul, can you elaborate on the
They asked for more work than what they actually completed on the site, and then they sold it. But much of the work was on the coastal bank. The coastal bank was heavily vegetated with invasive species, and that was removed. Brad Holmes did a planning plan, which they did follow and install. They were going to put some other additions on, but they chose not to. They're going to expand a patio with some hardscape, which I don't believe they did. And they sold the house, and we filed for the certificate of compliance, which was issued. And then the new
What
owner.
was the date of the NOI, Paul?
Pardon?
What was the date of the NOI originally that set this off? Because I don't remember this project, and I've been on here for 4 years. But maybe it's my memory. I don't know.
I think it's probably 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay, all right, yeah.
I don't think any of the current members weren't on the board at the time.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're obviously going to run into ledge here, are they going to jackhammer it or are they going to pin to it?
They'll either jackhammer it or they'll probably pin the footing of the wall to it. There is ledge on the property. I don't know if they're going to hit it in that 5-foot by 10-foot area, but if they did, my guess is they'd probably pin the footing to it where it's so close to the house.
So you're asking us to allow you to go in and remove ledge in the buffer zone, as I understand it.
If they have to remove some, they would. The alternative would be to, if they can, what they do is pin it to the ledge.
Yeah. One of the problems I have with this, Paul, this project, is that there's no explanation of what you're trying to do. There's the variance analysis is blank. There's no accompanying paragraph that says, this is the extent of the project. This is what we're trying to achieve. These are all things that are mandatory part of these projects. We just don't go in these things with drawings and, some words from our lovely Charlotte, somehow this thing is for a construction project in the buffer zone. This is a tremendously lightweight approach. And we normally don't take a lightweight approach to excavation and heavy engineering in the buffer zone.
Okay. The buffer zone was showing, Eric, is from the top of the coastal bank. As I mentioned earlier, by scale, it's 80 feet from the edge of the water, which would be the wetland resource area. The top of the coastal bank is determined by the slope. That's the first observable break in the slope as you come up the water's edge.
It's still a buffer zone.
Yeah, I mean, the existing house is probably closer to the coastal bank. You can see it on the plan. The proposed addition is 15 feet. The existing corner by eye is probably 10 feet away. If they do have to, if there is ledge involved, my guess is that they would work around it as opposed to try to jackhammer it out so they don't cause any harm to the existing foundation that's there now. Again, this is a small addition. The other option would be to put it on a slab with a short frost wall around it. That's the bathroom's coming off the first floor of the house. I think in the picture it showed that to be up about 2 or 3 feet off the ground. So,
Is there a bathroom adjacent to this addition that they're enlarging? Is that what they're doing?
that's what they're doing. They're going to enlarge the existing bathroom that's in that area of the house now.
Mhm.
It's too bad they can't do their additional work on the front of the house, outside of the 50-foot. Paul, could you move your drawing down a bit so we can see what's on the top of it? Yeah, the other way, please. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, the bathroom on the first floor is in the location where the addition is. That's why the addition is being proposed where it is.
Is this a 1-story or a 2-story house, Paul? Is there a second floor?
Well, I've got a picture of it. It's a 2-story house.
Because if they were to make an addition on the second floor of the house that would not involve any digging and excavation of the buffer zone, that would probably be more acceptable to the Conservation Commission, because you would not be breaking soil within the buffer zone.
But again, the purpose of this is to expand the bathroom that's on that first floor.
Well, maybe they need to rearrange the rooms a bit differently.
It sounds easy, but it's not because of the work that have to occur to do that. I mean, the plumbing, the wiring.
Any other commissioners have any other comments on this? Charlotte, would you show your pictures again, please?
Sorry, I'm muted. This is the section that where the addition will go. And then, this first picture was the, existing ledge and the addition that was there. And then this is just the view to the coastal bank.
You can see the first floor is about 18 inches to 2 feet above the ground.
It doesn't look like there's a bathroom inside that window right now. So they're actually adding a bathroom is what they're doing.
I haven't been in the house, to be honest with you, but I was told that's what they want to do is expand the bathroom. I don't know what's in the house in that corner. I was told they're going to expand the existing bathroom.
I think it's in the part that's already bumped out to the left there. There was a higher window, looked like a bathroom.
Do you have a, can you get to the wide picture again, Charlotte? Where you see more of the house?
All right, cut out on me. Give me 1 second. There we go. There we go.
There's that small window we was talking about. Right there,
The reality is, and I'm not a builder myself, Paul, but if you want to build something 5 by 10, the actual dent you're going to make in the ground will be at least 2 or 3 times that size, particularly when you have ledge there and all that. The amount of excavation and movement and materials and trucks and, we don't even allow heavy equipment into the buffer zone. So this is, if you do the work, it's going to be done by shovel and pick, and you're going to be scraping by hand. You're not going to be bringing, you're not going to be bringing your trucks in here or anything else. So to me, it's an impossible project to, and at the same time, meet the constrictions that we have in section 1J jurisdiction and resource areas and what we can take place in those resource areas. So I know it's a small project, but the actual affected area is going to be much larger than that.
Well, again, the setback is from the top of the coastal bank, but it's also 80 feet from the edge of the water, which would be your closest wetland resource area. The top of the coastal bank is determined by the slope of the land.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But Paul, it's in the buffer zone. However you want to define that, it is a buffer zone, and there is a resource area, and that's coastal bank is a important area of concern.
It is, but this work would have no impact on the performance of the coastal bank. The 2 performance standards that we looked at for coastal bank, and the runoff from that roof area is clean water. So I mean, there'd be no impact to the resource area from the proposed addition.
Why is this classified as a buffer zone then?
Because the buffer zones are measured from either a wetland resource area or the top of a coastal bank. The top of the coastal bank is closer to the work area than the edge of the water. So that's why we showed it being measured from the top of the coastal bank. It's the same way we showed it on the original application to the commission 5 or 6 years ago. Everything was done from the top of the coastal bank. And in fact, the work under the NOI allowed them to remove virtually all the vegetation that was on the coastal bank at the time. And put some plantings there. the vegetation there at the time was very invasive. And there was a planting plan done by a botanist, and the commission approved that, and the work was done. A certificate of compliance was issued, I think, in the last month or two.
Charlotte, do you know what the addition was that was approved in the earlier application?
So, I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was asking Charlotte if she knew what the addition was in the earlier application.
I can double check that, but the plan also included a deck and everything. And then in the back here, where this existing brick is, so they redid the patio and the deck from what was existing. And then they were going to expand the patio, but they ended up not doing that. And then the coastal plantings were planted, along the bank. We received a report from, the people who did the work about the status of the plantings, which looked healthy. But I can't remember the exact specification for the addition, but I can try to pull up a plan. If you guys give me a sec, I can try to find it.
Charlotte, while you're doing that, do you have any photographs of the coastal bank?
Yes, give me 1 second, sorry. Okay, sorry, I found one. So this is what the coastal bank looks like. I can go through a couple photos here. That's the further side. This is the side that's closer to the proposed addition.
Somehow I lost the screen share.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys see this photo of the coastal bank here?
I can.
I can't, but
Okay.
it may just be me.
Okay. And that's the other side.
Okay.
So Paul, obviously all this work's going to be done by hand. Is that correct?
Yes,
And is it cast in place foundation or is it block foundation?
it'd probably be a cast in place.
Okay. So my understanding of the buffer adjacent to a coastal bank is that it provides a opportunity for if I remember correctly, I don't have the wording in front of me, but it has to do with the replenishment of gravels and soils to the bank itself. That bank seems to be one big outcrop. And I'm not really sure whether or not this particular 5 foot by 10 foot is contributing anything to the coastal bank. I think that it would be helpful if we could understand more about what the function of this addition and whether, I mean, it's kind of like the shed in a way that it's not clear to us what this addition, how this addition is functioning and what the benefit of it is. So
Chris, if I could take a moment, I can explain to you the two different functions of a coastal bank as described in the wetland regulations. The coastal bank does one or two things that either provide sediment to the beach below,
right.
which this doesn't do because of the ledge on the bank, The other function it provides is for, it acts as a vertical buffer to waves and large storms. Which is-
Right, but that's the coastal bank. What we're trying to protect here is the buffer to the coastal bank and what the responsibility of that buffer is.
Well, what I'm arguing, the point I'm arguing is that the work you're doing, the proposed work by putting that addition in a location where it is, it's further back from the closest portion of the house to the coastal bank, but that addition would not do anything to have a negative impact on the coastal bank, because the coastal bank does neither one of the two functions that I just mentioned. There's no sediment for the coastal bank to add to any beach below, because there is no beach area there. And the other thing is that because of the property being on Little Harbor, you wouldn't get waves high enough to for the coastal bank to protect any properties along Little Harbor Road from any storm damage.
Yeah, but Paul, you're arguing what the benefit of the coastal bank is.
Right.
But this isn't the coastal bank. This is the buffer to the coastal bank. So.
It's the buffer to it, but
Right, so what I need to know is why this buffer, why this isn't detrimental to the buffer, which, and Charlotte, I don't know, maybe you can help on this because I don't have my regulations in front of me. The buffer to the coastal bank has its own set of specific criteria that we're trying to protect. And so the question is, what are we trying to protect in the buffer to the coastal bank?
Yeah, I'm looking at our wetlands rules and regulations, and our section 18 of the coastal banks mostly refers to the state regs. I can pull up the state regs in a bit if we want to see it, but it's 310 CMR 10.30, where basically we're just, we have a presumption specified in our rules and regs that the coastal bank is subject to regular wave action exposed unvegetated sand soils and shall be presumed to be significant sediment source to coastal beaches, and the presumption that it may overcome by evidence of a competent source. But then when it comes to the bank height and stability, this is really the only other part of the section that we have of all projects shall be restricted to activity having no adverse effect on bank height, bank stability, or use of a bank as a sediment source. But I can try to pull up the state regulations that might have a bit more detail.
Chris, I think it's not clear exactly in a lot of cases what the purpose of the buffer zone is. It's almost taken for granted that the buffer zone is there to protect the resource area, come what may. And there are a lot of cases we've had in the last years where it wasn't entirely clear the specific function of the buffer zone in protecting the research area, but we've always honored that because that's what we're expected to do. In this case here, does the buffer zone actually influence the strength and the stability of the coastal bank? Probably not. Does it influence the wildlife? Does it influence the vegetation that's there? Does it influence the aesthetics and the appearance of the area that we're expected to protect? And the answer is yes. All right. Now, I noticed in the photographs, there's always already an air conditioning machine there and lots of other things that are there. So you can argue that the aesthetics up there have already been denuded by the construction that's taken place there. So.
Which I agree with you. So I'm just trying to understand if there's something beyond that.
Yeah, I have not found anything much. There's not much in our regs that deal with specific functions of the buffer zone by the particular resource areas that they're intended to defend. That's all. It's kind of a given that the buffer zone's got a good purpose and a good objective, and that we have to keep it intact. So,
but we have considered their situations where it's been disturbed so kind of greatly already that additional may or may not cause.
For example, we have other homes along in the buffer zone. where a house was built in the buffer zone or part of it. It was then destroyed, torn down. And the next home was allowed to go in because it went on exactly the footprint of the original home. And we didn't have any problem with that, all right? As long as the supporting activities were kept under control, you know, the digging and the trucking and all of that. So we have made compromises to the buffer zone in cases where there is substantial work that's already been done. It doesn't dramatically alter the appearance or the functionality of the buffer zone.
Mhm.
If I may, this is the section of coastal banks in the Wetlands Protection Act. This is section 310 CMR 10.30. And it says any project on a coastal bank or within 100 feet landward of the top of the coastal bank, other than a structure permitted in the specific subsection, shall not have an adverse effect due to wave action on the movement of sediment from the coastal bank to coastal beaches or land subject to tidal action. So that's the wording that I could find, at least as far as I could find for the buffer zone, but
Can you go up one?
sure.
Is that? No, okay. Is that 3, right? Is that
Yes. Yeah,
1030.3 right above it?
correct. Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't tell me anything. Okay.
I was just reading this whole section here from 10.30 on, and, you know, at least with the buffer, it's not, yeah, doesn't give us as much about the buffer specifically.
Charlotte, you don't have a
Charlotte,
photo
our
at
bylaw
the bottom of the bank, do you?
refer to
Oh, sorry, sorry, who,
Do you have a photograph of the bottom of the bank? Indicating if there's
Um,
any beach or not, because I wasn't able to see.
let me look. Sorry, give me one. This was just one picture of the bottom of the coastal bank with existing stepping stones, and it goes out to the water.
That's below the coastal bank.
So did you want to see the bottom of the coastal bank?
Well, I was trying to get at this question of whether there's any beach or not.
Yeah,
Chris,
this is the coastal bank from, you know, other than the ledge over here.
That grass area was all vegetation like you see in the photo, adjacent to the water. It was primarily poison ivy and vines, and that was removed and the lawn was put in. There's some other vegetation put in as well, which has been approved, was installed and approved. But, you know, if I can quickly add to what Eric was saying, this whole site, I believe the house was built in the late 50s or early 60s, which would probably predate the Wetlands Protection Act, but
Yeah, that's for
the
sure.
whole site, you know, was obviously altered, everything within the buffer zone. It's a pre-existing altered site. So what we usually look at is any additional work we do, or their homeowner wants to do, you have to determine whether or not it's gonna have a negative impact, or if it's gonna alter the resource area. And in this case, that won't happen, because we're dealing with a coastal bank. And again, this bank doesn't provide any sediment to a beach below. You can see that in the picture. And it certainly doesn't add as a vertical buffer to stormways from Little Harbor.
if I tend to agree if we're going off 310 CMR 1030 section 4 there, that it doesn't seem like this alters sorry, you pulled it down there, Charlotte, but whatever it said there, it didn't seem like this altered that wave action,
Yeah.
unless there's something else in our bylaw.
Yeah, but I applaud the use of the wording of the bylaws, because we don't do enough of that, William. And yeah, I tend to agree with you, all right? And in the end, the wording of the bylaws should be the determining factor, I think.
Anyone else have comments on this?
I'm just looking back through the historic imagery here, and it really it's unchanged for quite a few years. And it looks to me like, I assume that semicircular or hemicircular wall is still there. Is that right, Charlotte?
Yes.
At the top of the coastal bank, yeah. So it just doesn't look like anything's really changed. I mean, those air conditioning units have been there for a long time, and yeah, they go back at least to 2014. This has remained unchanged by anything for quite a while. And it's hard to see how this would have any impact on the coastal bank, because what we're not seeing clearly is a view from east to west, where what you would see if you were looking that direction is there is a retaining wall there, and anything that happened against the house here would happen on a fill that's been put in behind this retaining wall.
Right.
So yes, there is a little bit of ledge sticking. Yeah, that's that retaining wall. So what you would see to the left of the left side of this picture, in fact, is that retaining wall continues for a ways past the edge of the house, and there's fill behind it. There is some ledge sticking out, and I can see that on the photos, but I just don't see how this could have any possible impact on the coastal bank. And that's maybe neither here nor there, because what we're talking about is the buffer itself, and whether we take a hard line on the buffer for 80 square feet here or not. I was also looking at the wall when we had a shot of that, and clearly there's a vent halfway up the wall, probably a fan for a half bathroom. It's a supposition I'm making. It probably would have helped if we'd had a floor plan here. Yeah. To really nail down exactly what the intent of the owner was. It's unfortunate that they didn't give it to us, because it's given us some uncertainty about what to do here, how important this is, or how unimportant it might be. So this is again, the landowner, the owner thinks it's important, but so did our last one, and we quibbled over 5 square feet there. Here, this is 80 square feet. So
Well, Tom, I think you brought up a good point that really this is a already disturbed site. It's as I also mentioned on the last project.
Chris, you can't hear you.
I think everyone else can, can't they?
there you go. That's better.
No. No, I was just saying that, like the last site, this was a you brought up the point, this was a disturbed site, and that it's probably fill around the piece of ledge that's still remaining. And so the disturbance to that is really a second disturbance, which in the past we've considered that kind of a mitigating
I
circumstance.
think we
allows
clearly
us
have,
to-
Chris.
What's
Yeah.
that?
I think we clearly have.
Yeah.
That, building on something that's already been built on is not as egregious as building on virgin soil that has to be torn up with all the native plants ripped out. It's
Right.
Well, not only that, I think that the last case, it was very hard to make a very compelling case for a variance. It was simply a matter of moving it over 5 feet. And that obviously looked like it was simple to do.
Yeah.
If they really are adding to their house, it's not like they can move this over or move it around to a different part of the house or whatever, particularly if it's a bathroom that already exists and plumbing and electrical work would be involved. There is, I think the owner could make a case that the variance it's either this or nothing. Whereas the last one, there really was some discretion that the landowner could have used to move that shed one direction or another. That doesn't exist here.
Well, if you remember, Tom, we got this with no variance analysis and no description of what they're trying to achieve here. So we're just looking at trying to fill in a dent in the side of a building in the buffer zone.
Yeah.
My suggestion, Chris, is we go ahead and vote on this, all right? I don't think it's gonna cause any egregious harm to the upper area there, and, we can go on forever talking about it.
Okay. Well, in that case, then we would need a -3 determination, correct, Charlotte? And I say a 3 because we would have a condition that all work would be done by hand, that no heavy machinery comes in here. Is that correct?
All right, give me one
It-
sec. I
it-
just want
it
to pull
is.
up the,
So a
Yeah, okay.
-2 determination is when it has no conditions, a -3 determination is when it does have a condition. I would add the condition that all work gets done by hand, no heavy machinery comes in here.
Yep, that's good.
If I think it's also clear that the silt sock's in place, that they have to clean up any kind of spillage of concrete, et cetera, when they're doing the work, that everything's got to be done with kind of kid gloves here.
I just wanted to pull up the descriptions, by the way, just to make sure.
Okay.
And
This is
if we want to, if we're concerned about chipping the ledge there, we'd probably be doing them a favor by telling to pin, and they are going to pour a perimeter foundation, if I understood this
Yep.
right, if I understood Paul right. It just seems like you wouldn't have to do anything to that ledge at all, because it looks like it's below the 2.5 or 3 feet that the surrounding foundation, the existing foundation already has. So I would think that this is to be hand excavating a trench down to ledge and pouring it and building forms and pouring it, including the ledge that's exposed right into your foundation. And that's sort of the way my house is built. It follows the ledge. Clearly, they put the foundation in and just pinned everything.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So Charlotte, again, this is a -3 determination with 2 conditions. One is that all work will be done by hand. Well, I'm going to say 3 conditions. So all work gets done by hand. Second, if they hit ledge, they will pin to the ledge rather than ledge removal. And lastly, that all waste material is carefully contained and removed from the site so that it doesn't migrate down onto the coastal bank and into the water. So.
Excellent.
Do we want to say anything specific about washout of tools that have been used to pour the concrete, where it can be done or how it can be done?
Yeah, let's just add that to the 3rd condition, that all clean out of tools and forms, et cetera, has to be done away from the bank. And kept away from any of the water areas, the resource areas. All right, do I have a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 5-0. Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is a show cause discussion for 10 Parker Avenue. This,
Sure. I believe we have Andy Whitney on the call, who is the property owner. We also have the abutter, Amory Honeywell. I'm not sure if you would like me to promote them first, or if you'd like me to kind of go through what happened and then see if
No,
anybody wants to say anything, or.
you can promote them first,
Sure,
and
let's
then
do
if you please just give us a little bit of background on it, please.
Sure. Okay, yeah, so I received a call from Amory that there was some tree clearing activity at, she's at 14 Parker Ave at the abutting property on 10 Parker Ave. And I received a call in the morning, went there same day, and did see evidence of tree removal in the backyard and the right side of the yard, as well as in the front. When I walked Amory's property with her, we were able to confirm the evidence from her property. And I can pull up pictures if that's helpful in a sec, but she did show me some old versions of a site plan for a project done at her house to get a general idea of where the buffer zones are. It looks like that the buffer zones, the wetlands is in the back of both properties. And then you can see a general idea of where the 50 and the 100 are. So it looked like some of the tree clearing activity was done in the inner buffer zone and or outer buffer zone. And then I'm not so sure about the front of the house, might be past the 100 at that point, but there was tree clearing in the front on the right side and on the back. I can pull up pictures in just a sec. Okay. So this was the backyard. This was a cedar tree that was cut down and it's falling into the property on 10 Parker Ave. So this is the backyard, and there's another picture, but in the back, I'm not sure if you can see on the left-hand side, there were some other trees and vegetation that were cut on the other side of the backyard. This was kind of a close-up of that. This is an existing large tree in between both properties, so that was not cut down or pruned. This is the back of 14 Parker Ave, just for reference. So you guys can see that it looks like there is a wetland back there. And then the buffer zone would be across this backyard, at least on the neighbor's property. And then this was just some of the stuff that I could see in the back of the 10 Parker Ave property with the fallen cedar tree across. And then this was the right side of the property, some more vegetation and shrubs or small trees. And then this was the right side towards the front, with more tree clearing and shrubs and stuff like that. And then this was a large tree that was in the front left side of the house that was cut. And then this is the site plan that Amory showed me just to get a general idea of where the buffer zones are. I can try to zoom in a little bit. But you can see that there's a flagged wetland line at the back of the property. And the 50-foot buffer is the dark line in the middle, and then the 100 is the dotted line.
That's her property, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
This was just for reference.
Yeah. So the 100-foot buffer goes approximately right through the house?
Correct, yeah.
And does her house align with the 10 Parker Avenue house?
Yes, it's 10 Parker Ave is right next to it, almost, kind of like in a similar line.
Okay.
But we do have Amory on the call, who's the neighbor, and Andy Whitney, who is the owner.
So, Andy, can I ask you to unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about your history with the project and where it's going?
Sure. Thanks, Chris. Andy Whitney, reside at 50 Margin Street. We bought the house in November, 10 Parker Ave, to rehab, renovate, and hopefully get my daughter and son-in-law in as soon as possible. The house was unoccupied for over 2 years. There was an older woman who died. She died intestate, and it literally took 2+ years to get through probate court and land court. There was a piece of land that had not been cleared that on the side of the house between the two of us. And that took an exorbitant amount of time to get through the courts, for obvious reasons and COVID aside. We went in December with a landscape company, started clearing. The neighbor expressed some concerns. Charlotte came out and notified us of the cease and desist order, and I've not, other than doing some rehab by a contractor inside the premises, we've not touched the property since. So at this point, I'm just looking for some direction from the commission. I do have some photos that, the house was unoccupied for 2 years, so you can imagine the amount of growth that it accumulated in and around the house. And that was my intent, was to clear the property so that it looked presentable at a minimum.
Mhm.
But at this point, I'm looking for direction because I don't want to do anything further, obviously, without following the letter of the law and abiding by what the commission here would recommend at this point.
Okay. So I know the property firsthand. The Boy Scouts used to help the woman clear the, rake up and things like that. And you're absolutely correct. It very much neglected and overgrown. I think at this point, just for your understanding, any work within the 100-foot buffer is under the purview of the Conservation Commission. Any work within the 50-foot buffer is typically a 50-foot buffer is typically a no-touch zone. We certainly understand that when a lot of invasive species and things come into those areas, that they becomes very unsightly and problematic. But I would think at this time, what we'd want to do is we would want to take a step back and have you have the property surveyed, delineate where the wetland ends, delineate where the buffers are, and basically kind of recreate a survey that showed what was there on the property and then where it is. And then typically you would come before us before the cutting happened. You would ask the commission if it would, or you would express to the commission what your desires to do were and why. Certainly if vegetation is disrupting the building, it would be more favorable, and then we would look at possibly mitigating for what gets removed from those buffer zones. So I think at this time, that's kind of what should happen is the survey should be recreated, and then kind of show what's been removed and come back before us and tell us why it was removed, and whether it was just a cleaning because you wanted a big lawn, or whether it actually had detrimental effects to the property, et cetera. And then
Understand. I mean, there were a number in the tree that Charlotte shows, that the picture, the one that's felled currently, was up against the house. And I actually had a notice from the insurance company asking for, some removal of the growth around the house. So that was the intent of some of the, or a lot of the cleaning. Obviously I've gone beyond that on both sides, on the western side of the house, but primarily it was driven by a notice from the insurance company for compliance.
Yes.
But I understand what you're looking for at this point. By survey, so I have a plot plan that was filed at the time of the closing. The street so that's actually the front of the house, the
Yep.
Colorado pickup truck there. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's in the driveway. The actual street, if you believe this, the plot plan that was filed at the time of closing, the street to the back of the property line is actually 120 feet. So clearly the house is within 100 feet of your jurisdiction, and obviously there's a lot of, 50 feet is obviously no touch at this point. So like I said, I'm just looking for some direction at this point. You couldn't even get into the front door without clearing some of the debris in the front of the house. So
Yeah, understood.
but that cedar tree that was actually in the higher branches were actually on the house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay.
But I will get a survey, and I guess we'll go see Charlotte and figure out what the next steps are.
okay, great. Ms. Honeywell, was there anything you'd like to add?
On our property.
Yeah, hi, thanks for letting me speak. I guess the main thing was that cedar tree was on our property.
You're saying that was your tree?
Yes, it was. It's on the plot plan. If Charlotte brought that back up, it's actually marked on the plan.
Okay.
So it's marked there, 9-inch cedar.
All right.
It's our tree. And it just, nobody spoke to us about the fact they were going to cut our tree down.
Mhm.
I look at it, it's not the forum to discuss this between neighbors. I did walk the property with Emery's husband and specifically talked about that tree. But again, this isn't the forum for that. So.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say.
It's the one at the bottom of the page, correct?
No, it's the
That one.
one
Oh, it's over here. There's the
that,
pine.
if
There's
you
the
see
pine.
where the 30-inch pine is up, keep going to the right, and where you see
Yeah,
where
right, yeah.
there's a 30-inch pine, and then you
Right.
see below that says 9-inch cedar.
Right.
That's the one that we're talking about.
Yep.
My husband's here too. I mean, I know he did say that he was talking to somebody and did point out that that tree was on our property. So we were just surprised that it was cut down without us knowing about it. I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
We
So-
also are, the pine, the 30-inch pine is a very prominent tree. It's a very large tree, and there was some expression of, and legitimately, I understand that some of the branches of the white pine are like over their house, and absolutely, you could see how a few of the branches, it would benefit those guys if some of those were taken carefully down. And we're absolutely receptive to the idea. We just wanted to make sure we spoke with an arborist who would be best to say about the timing and the extent of what would be safe to take down from the white pine, but to make sure the white pine stays healthy and isn't severely impacted. And so, we were just quite shocked that the cedar next to it was taken without any discussion. And then, we knew that the owners wanted to talk about pruning the white pine. And I felt that, an arborist would be a great thing. And so I did try to find one, and did find one that would be willing to come and look at what's changed in terms of the ecology back there. There was a lot of shade that was being, it's rendered with the pine and the cedar. And I have pictures of the gardens that I've planted underneath that area, which now are fully exposed to sun with the cedar being gone. But in any case, we want to make sure that going forward, we could come up with a good, kindly neighborly process to figure out how to take care of the white pine so that it's, reasonably protected, but also, if some limbs are in the way and need to be taken, then we can talk about that. We just wanted to make sure both those trees are in the buffer. So The idea was to, try to come up with the right plan.
Yes, okay. Well, we don't have the authority to dictate the agreement between two neighbors. We do have the authority to kind of look at what has been removed and what we believe the mitigation for that might be. But I
That
think
sounds fine.
the next step should be that the 10 Parker Avenue property needs to be surveyed, that the wetland has to be delineated by wetland scientists, and the buffer zones have to be laid into the surveys so that we get a more kind of holistic picture of the overall project, and then we can have further discussion as to kind of what the next step should be.
Thank you.
And until then, Andy, I'm going to ask that you don't remove anything else from the property.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. Well, thank you. Keep Charlotte posted, and we'll look forward to speaking more in the future.
Could I just make a point, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
To Mr. Whitney and anybody else that finds themselves in this situation, when I pulled up the Realtor listing for this property, the Keating Brokerage Realtor stated that this property of 10 Parker abuts conservation land to the rear. So it was known that you were buying conservation land, and in the future, the point to you and to others who may find themselves in this situation, the proper procedure would have been to consult the Conservation Commission right away to see what the bylaws and rules and regulations of the wetlands are as applied to your property, and then move forward that way before cutting down or removing any vegetation. So I know it's after the fact, but just a point to remember to you and others who are listening.
Thank you.
Kathy.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Thanks very much for both of you for showing up, and we'll look forward to kind of next steps. Our next order of business tonight is for minutes for approval. Has anyone got any comments as far as the 3 minutes that are being voted on tonight? We have one from April 8th, 2021. We have a July 15th, 2021, and we have a November 18th, 2021. Does anyone have any comments?
No,
No,
Okay,
read them, they were good.
I have no comments as well. I think we still have to vote on these independently, if I remember correctly. So, and Will, what was your start date? It was after July, correct?
I think it was October, yeah.
Okay,
September.
so actually, we'll do the first two in unison. Oh, except I don't know who was there. I don't think that matters. I think we can vote on them anyway. So the first two, Will, we're not going to include you. So Tom, we're voting to approve minutes from April 8th and July 15th.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember the month that I was appointed.
Oh, geez, you weren't appointed either.
I was appointed, I think I was appointed the same night that Will was, actually. And I'm glad he remembers. 'Cause that helps me.
So Charlotte, I don't think we have a quorum to vote on these.
I don't think so, at least not for the first two. You might have
I
to.
was there for all of them.
Let's just continue these till our next meeting,
Okay.
and we'll you can check on who was actually at those. but-
Yeah, because if you look at each of the minutes, it has the attendees, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a question of sorting that out,
Okay,
but they were good minutes.
all right. Charlotte, we have, the next order is, and sorry, Angela, we're not voting on those, but I don't think we can do it. The next item are certificates of compliance.
Oh, sorry, Chris, was there the 11/18/21 minutes?
No, we're just gonna postpone them all.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, just want to double check.
So moving on to certificates of compliance, you want to run through these quickly and we'll hopefully be able to take a vote on them all.
Sure, yeah, would you like me to go through 580 Jerusalem Road first? Or,
Doesn't, whichever, sure.
Okay.
Do we have people to speak about?
yes, we do have people in the audience. We have Jan, Jan, the applicant, Sean, the engineer, and Roxanne, who is the realtor. I can promote them if that's okay.
Okay, that looks like, yes, and that looks like the only other people that are here. So
Yep.
yeah, let's take care of 580 Jerusalem first.
Okay.
Lost over there. Now, have you been out there this week, Charlotte? And so what's the status of the project?
Yes, so I can share my photos. I will say I took a lot, but so I tried my best to group them by front of the house, right side of the house, left side of the house, and back of the house. So if I can share my summary or I can share the photos, but I can give a summary while I'm talking. I'm not sure if you guys want me to share photos first or my summary, but I was out on Wednesday morning, and based off of what I saw, I walked around, definitely did several walkarounds, but alone and with Jan when he arrived. I took several pictures of the roof leaders, the gutters, the downspouts, seeing where they all connected, seeing where they went, and if they went to the right areas that they were supposed to go. And then as well as, seeing if the inspection ports, there were 2 in the front and 2 in the back, seeing if those were graded and brought back up so we can see them. And then
You're not sharing, by the way, if you were trying to.
sorry.
If you were trying.
Yeah, I
to.
can, do you want me to share photos or do you want me to share my summary? Because there's a lot of photos, so I can.
Well, you might as well click through them real fast while you're.
Okay, sure.
While
Yeah, I
you're
can be quick.
talking.
Okay. So yeah, let me just pull those up real quick. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is starting from the right side of the house. That's just a reference photo just to show that the trees on the site plan in this area were still there. That I will get back to, but this is starting from the right side of the house. This is the downspout that is connected down the side of the garage. And Jan and Sean might have photos of this being installed, but this was connected underneath the mulch to the back of the house to reach the back end of the infiltration chamber. So this is the downspout that's connected to the gutters and the roof leaders up on the side of the garage. If I'm going too fast, just let me know. This is just a full photo. This is the front of the house, from the garage going to the side entrance. So you can see the gutters and the roof leaders installed there. This is over the little covered entrance, side entrance, not the main one. This is another downspout on the left side of that covered entrance that's going down into the ground here. And this is a second one that's up at the front bump out. We're getting to the main portion of the house there. So this is the front. And then this is the.
So all the gutters and leaders are in place, correct?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You don't have to describe it.
Okay. I was gonna say, I can keep scrolling.
Summary.
Yes, so these are all connected, and then these are the inspection ports in the front yard. So as you can see, the grass is brought back up and they're visible. I took close-up photos, and then this is their location to the trees. I do have a photo too of the measurement between this front tree that's pictured here and in between these 2 inspection ports. It's anywhere from 13 to 16 feet, depending on where you measure it from the trunk or the edge of the mulch area. So this is just the side of the house. Just keep going around. I'm just going to keep clicking. And then this is the back of the house. All the downspouts are also connected underneath and around the deck, so they are incorporating that into the back infiltration system. And then this one goes through the deck itself to cover for that. Going around. And then these are the inspection ports in the backyard. So these were brought up and graded. There are 2 in the back, 2 in the front. And then this photo is to show that the pipe in the front that I first showed connects to the back and goes to the gravel trench that goes to the back infiltration chamber. And this is the back. Those are infiltration valves. I'm sorry, yeah, irrigation valves, excuse me, sorry. And these are the ones in the front, just taking more photos of those and their location to the trees. And that's it. So yeah, definitely walked around several times, took some measurements. Depending on where you measure the tree, you know, they're anywhere from 13 to 16 feet. And then the tree itself will be, it's an eastern redbud that will be 15 feet in height. So I just took photos of that. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely walked around a lot.
All right.
And then we have Jan and Sean here as well, and Roxanne, who's the realtor.
Okay.
All right.
Sean, do you have anything to add?
Other than I had sent some revised, I think, drainage calculations. I know, I'm not sure which member had questions about some of the questions about ledge, retaining walls, things like that being counted as impervious area. So I did some recalculation. Back when this was approved, we looked at it as one overall drainage area. Taking the site as a whole, we kind of ignored the ledge because it was the same, was going to be pre versus post. I think when I dived down into what was presented back to you guys last week, I think there was about a 50 square foot change in that. Overall, when I sent back the fully revised calculations, and I don't know if you guys saw the email that I had sent. Unfortunately, it was an engineer that had worked for me that no longer works for me. So granted, my stamp is on it. So I did do a deep dive into it and sort of did some recalculations and sent it back to you guys. Overall, it is still a reduction in the flow leaving the site as well as the volume leaving the site for stormwater. The reason why that is because in our calculations, we're taking the entire roof area and infiltrating it. So it kind of reduces what is leaving the site as far as an area. So the calculations still do work. I did go over with Charlotte a couple of times. I also have been on the site the last couple of week and a half or so, just making sure with Jan as the gutter people were there. I oversaw that trench being hand dug from that front right corner of the garage to that back section, making sure we had some pretty specific how in the initial proposal where those gutters were supposed to go. So we needed to make sure that front right garage pipe had been omitted, and that was hand dug there last week. So in my professional opinion, I think everything's going where it's supposed to go. All the infiltration is in place. It's where it is supposed to be. And I can confidently say that it's a reduction in runoff rate and volume over the existing condition.
Okay.
Okay. I know there were some concerns, so I'm going to let commissioners speak up if there were issues that they found from their inspection of your application.
Yeah. So at this point, you've submitted a number of versions of the stormwater application. I think I've counted 4. Is that accurate, Mr. Hardy?
Yeah, it probably is. And I had attempt to reference that in a longly worded email.
I read it.
So when this was initially done, we had one of the pre-construction meeting, or not pre-construction, pre-filing meetings. And what threw me was how the summary that has been revised. So it had a pre-construction summary and a post-construction summary, and it more or less treated the site as a whole. So when I looked at it, I brought it to the previous agent and said, are we supposed to dissect this thing into, this site is kind of a mound. In theory, it could be divided into, 5 or 6 different subcatchments. I don't know that did any benefit to anything, because the majority of them were, some of it's ledge, some of it was lawn, and the majority of what changed was the size of the building got bigger and the driveway changed. So I was we went down the path that we treated the entire site as a subcatchment and handled it that way. And then, so when we did the proposed condition, we captured the proposed residence and fully infiltrated that. And kind of, again, as I say, ignored some of the peripheral stuff that happened. There was a gravel walkway, there was some gravel driveway, there was ledge pre equals post. I'm guessing from your comment, it may have been you, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've been looking at it closely.
Okay, so
And
when
I don't really have a problem with how you divided the subcatchments up. That's, the fact that you treated the pre-existing site as a single subcatchment seems legitimate to me. I don't see any problem with that.
Okay.
I do have some questions about some of the numbers you used to input to the model, however.
Okay, so
That's really what I want to focus on. I mean, there are a number of things that seem unusual, but that kind of piqued my curiosity, let's say, when I first started looking at this. And the closer I looked, I started to see some discrepancies in some of the areas, some of the curve numbers. So I wonder, Mr. Hansel, is this the first house you developed in Massachusetts? The first site you developed in Massachusetts? You're muted. To turn your mic on. You're muted. There you go.
No, it's not my first house.
So you're aware of the stormwater process, then the application process, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did you specifically know that when you got a permit that it was granted specifically for the design you submitted? That you couldn't really make any changes without coming back to us? Did you know that?
I didn't know it will be this big issue, but now I know that. Now I learned my lesson. That's.
Did you ask your engineering firm Hardy and Mann to add any of those design elements that were added after we saw the initial design?
You mean the driveway?
The driveway, the patio, things like that, the walls.
And the patio we was planning to do in a back. Yeah, driveway, it's basically, I didn't consult it with Sean. I basically, again, I will say I took it like because we have a little safety issue. It's backing up on a street, and
so you just did it. You just added all these things and didn't come back to us.
Yes. Yeah.
So did it occur to you that changing the total area of impervious surfaces was going to have an impact on the stormwater system that Mr. Hardy had designed?
I was
I guess I'm asking if you understood the implications of what you were doing in terms of how it would impact the stormwater performance on the site.
no, I basically for the driveway what we added up it was my mistake. I didn't
Go ahead.
I didn't
I'm
think
not looking for apologies or.
yeah
or-
I did
I just
I
want to know
didn't-
whether you understood what you were doing.
I didn't think it will get an impact to stormwater management, because from beginning we was planning to put all the gutters and to the stormwater management, and it was basically from beginning we was planning to do, and I didn't really.
So
I
this
was
is
not
what your
thinking
engineering-
that
This is
the
what your
driveway-
engineering firm is for. This is what you use them for, is to get professional design so that your system actually works. And it sounds like you just went ahead and proceeded with a design that you thought would work without consulting a professional in the subject.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So, Mr. Hardy, I have some questions about the base case, the pre-existing conditions, and you. I accept the fact that another engineer did it, and we both know that a signed and sealed is really what the currency that we all work with. That's why we require an engineer to sign and seal something, and generally that means that, of course, you've carefully looked at the model and have confirmed that your engineer who no longer works for you had done it right. But in fact, he'd made some decisions that probably weren't so good. The second version of this, you corrected that, as you said, or you changed it. And one of the things that you did, which I agree should have been there, was adding the gravel driveway and the walkway. And the areas, those look fine to me. What doesn't look so good is you identified this as soil group B. And according to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, soil group B, a gravel driveway or gravel right-of-way in soil group B has a curve number that is not 98. And that's what you use, 98, for those of you that haven't dived into the details of the stormwater model. 98 means it's impervious, means everything that hits it, virtually everything that hits it, runs off. And a number smaller than that means some of it infiltrates. And by using a curve number of 98, when you should have used a smaller curve number, that kind of lowered the bar for you to make your stormwater model work, your stormwater simulation work. I don't know whether I can't run these because I don't have HydroCAD. So I don't know how much of an impact it had, but it's clear that using a smaller curve number certainly helped your case. So you used, let me see here.
Mr. Commissioner, I believe I used a 96, which is a gravel, which is in the HydroCAD model as gravel. I did the 98.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't really matter what's in the HydroCAD model.
But I didn't use a 98. So you said I used a 90, not I used a 96.
Well, okay. So
which is, and that's for all soil groups of gravel.
Well, according to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they adjust that curve number based on the soil group. And it runs from about 70 to up to 96 or 98. That's true. But you're in soil group B.
I used what is in the HydroCAD model, which
Yep.
I can almost 100% guarantee, which is what is before you guys. And I've sat here for the better part of almost 3 hours watching other engineer, or one other engineer, I guess, present other calculations, and I can with 100% certainty say he's using the same TR55 model, which is the HydroCAD model, which lists gravel,
Isn't it?
which is a
TR20?
90, which is a 96 curve number. It's the industry standard.
I sort of think the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is probably the authority on this. HydroCAD, I don't know whether they.
I would question whether your stormwater bylaw references the Army Corps of Engineers, or if
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't believe it references HydroCAD either, does it?
I can safely say it references a TR55 model, which is HydroCAD. Yes.
Well, we're starting to really get into the weeds here.
Yep.
You ran your model using TR20 methodology, not TR55. It says right on the header there.
Well, it's HydroCAD. It's the same.
TR55 and TR20 are different. That's not my point. You've used in your base case, you've used a higher curve number for. You've called something impervious that's not impervious. That's really the bottom line.
I didn't list it as impervious. I listed as a gravel surface with a curve number of 96, which is what the industry standard is.
Let's move on. So again, back still on that original HydroCAD model, that simulation, your engineer put in an area for the planned driveway. Do you know what that number is? What he used?
Of the proposed driveway?
Yeah, in the first one.
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
Yeah, well, it's about 100 square feet less than your plan shows. So this first, what my point is, the first thing that was submitted to us, that's signed and sealed, that we take pretty much on faith that you guys are giving us good information, has a couple of problems with it. So your original stormwater permit was approved by us, and it had some errors in it.
Yep, admittedly, 100, but 100 square feet is minimal on a 24,000 plus square foot lot.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I admitted that in my email that there were some things. We also double counted some of the roof area and some things, and
we'll get to some bigger discrepancies in a minute.
okay.
So Mr. Hansel, when you cut the trees out in front of the property, did you realize that Jerusalem Road is a scenic road in Cohasset? And that you need a permit to do that?
I never know about it. This is basically information what I find out from Charlotte yesterday, and this is basically something completely new to me.
Okay, the plan clearly shows that you built stone walls out on town property as well and put fill behind them. So it shows it right on the plan, right?
Yep.
Okay, so getting back to the stormwater permit, I'm a little bit confused about how this really works. I know when your driveway extends out to the street, it's obviously going across the right of way. But how, Mr. Hardy, how are you going to treat this, these stone walls that are not even on your property? They're not even part of your base case. How does this work? Did you count them in your last simulation?
No, I didn't. I saw from some of the examples that you guys had sent from previous projects that they seem to treat only the area that was on the lot. No, if you propose a driveway that extends beyond the property line, there are other things that extend beyond the property line as well. So I can find it strictly. I know some of the comments were geared towards specifically making sure that the area coincided with what the assessors deemed as the lot area. And part of the problem there is the assessors neglected to acknowledge that there was a widening of Jerusalem Road, as well as some property transfers to the rear that had occurred. And I guess part of, interestingly enough, some of the trees that were cut and the retaining walls that are out into the roadway, if the widening of Jerusalem Road wasn't taken into account from the surveyor, those would all have been on Mr. Harnsel's property. So that something has happened out on Jerusalem Road that hasn't been acknowledged on the town side.
Right on all of your plans, right from the very beginning, your property lines haven't changed at all, at least on your drawings.
Correct.
So I gotta assume that you guys saw those as your property lines yet. And so you, knowing Mr. Hansel certainly knowingly had to know that he was stepping off the property to build those walls. I'm not sure how the assessors, I do know that they estimated the property at 0.63 acres, and I do know that the area within the property boundaries that were surveyed are 0.55 acres. I mean, that's it, as I know that as well as you do, 24,298 feet. So, so you guys were aware of where your property lines were, weren't you? You've got them on your drawings.
Yeah, I'm aware of what the
Okay.
surveyor said, and that's what I incorporated into my calculations. Yes.
Okay, so you didn't use the stone wall. You didn't calculate the impervious area of the stone walls that you built outside the property. Is that correct?
That's correct. No different than.
And I don't know how I'm not saying how you're supposed to handle that. I really don't know.
Well,
you guys
I
have
would
put us
say,
this is an unusual situation where we're dealing with structures that are impervious that have been put on town land.
I would say it's the same as a driveway apron or a driveway that leaves from the paved surface of a roadway and comes into the property line. And what I saw on the previous 4 or 5 applications before this tonight, those weren't included in those calculations. I think that generally the calculations are what is on the lot pre versus post.
Oh, look at that. I wasn't aware of that. I thought that you had to count as impervious surface, the driveway from the street all the way around.
Well, when the drainage calculations that are presented to you guys equal the lot area, they are not including what is between the paved surface of the roadway to get to the lot.
Right.
Not any walkways or anything like that. So,
Okay.
and you guys see that going forward, I guess I would say keep that in mind, because we did the exact same thing that the previous applications had done.
Okay. So that can explain some of your discrepancies here in area. Let me see where we're at here. I'm kind of straight off what I was talking about. Permeate walls. So kind of part by part, I started looking at the impervious areas, or those that I thought were impervious, like the walkways, the patio, and the roofs. Of course, it was very helpful that you supplied the subcatchments and I had the boundaries and my area measurements coincided pretty much exactly with what you put into the model. When it came to the front walkway, it doesn't work so well. And when it comes to the back walkway, that doesn't work so well either. And the driveway is quite a bit different. I thought that perhaps that the area between the property line and the street would make up for the discrepancy, but it doesn't quite do that. Now, the driveway is considerably larger than was approved. It's at the top, instead of being 17 feet from the garage door to the north side of the driveway, I believe it's 25 feet. So everything sort of got pushed north here, pushed right off the property, actually. The stone walls, the fill. And so now we've got a driveway that's quite large. And all of that runoff now is ending up on Jerusalem Road. Before, the precondition, I live down the street and I go past that property a lot. I knew the guy that lived there, actually. And in the past, the runoff had collected sort of in the corner there between Black Rock Road and Jerusalem Road. Didn't run in the street. In fact, it was a little bit of a downhill into that lot to begin with. So that's changed completely. Now we've got a fairly good sized driveway and we've got a substantial walkway that are spilling uncaptured runoff into the street. That's a bit of a problem, I think. And again, the areas don't really work very well. I can't tell you right off the top of my head how much we should shave off for the part of the property that those driveway, the area between the property line and the street would take away, but still it doesn't seem to quite equal what you've put into your model. I think your driveway is still underestimated somewhat. So really what it comes down to here is we've seen a number, first of all, we've seen a violation of the stormwater permit, a deliberate one, maybe in ignorance, but all of it was deliberate. You've had to revise your numbers 4 times. It's still not clear that they're correct. Maybe this thing does work. Don't know whether, I have no way of running your calculations. So,
Well,
there's a pattern here.
as far as the numbers that were sent to you guys the last time and equaling pre versus post with the Excel spreadsheet, I stand 100% by those numbers. Those are done by me hand calculating through AutoCAD and presenting it to you. I understand that there was.
Well, I don't understand why we're getting different areas, for example, for the walkway. The front walk. Or the patio and the stairs.
Well, I don't exactly know what you mean by different, but what I can say is that the other day, and I think everything I sent to Charlotte and I think was uploaded to all of you guys the other day has my initials on them, SPH and calc, and that's me recalculating all of those numbers based on your question that now I'm finding out it's yours. I didn't know who. I knew it was a member of conservation. Had questions specifically talking about retaining walls and ledge and different things. So that spreadsheet is my hand calculations of all of those areas and me certifying them. So I stand by them based on me doing a deep dive into the AutoCAD as well as the HydroCAD and recalculating and representing them to you. I apologize, it has been multiple revisions. again, you know, as an employer, you have employees and you do a general review of their work. If you had to do everything that every one of your employees did, then you wouldn't need employees. You couldn't have employees. You would just have to be you, and you'd multiply, whether you clone yourself or whatever you do. That's not, that I can safely say that's not what anybody does. Unfortunately, there obviously was some errors made or some double calculations. I think in my email, I said that I thought that they were generally conservative in the errors that were made. There was some double counting of roof areas, and there was some, you know, when we called the existing versus proposed as basically landscape, we ignored that there was ledge, but the pre versus the post ledge is basically the same. When we looked at it, the things that basically changed on this lot versus the, I'll say pre-existing versus the as-built condition, the building got bigger, the driveway got bigger, and how do we handle those things? Other than that, the lot was landscaping. There was ledge. Now there is some retaining walls. There was some gravel driveway and some gravel walk. Conservatively, we ignored those in the pre-existing condition. You know, we called it house and landscaping basically on the pre-existing condition, conservatively ignoring that there was walkway, there was ledge, there was a gravel driveway. That conservative pre-analysis is what makes this all work on the post-analysis. When we fully dive in and say, okay, the ledge, and by landscaping, it changes, I think, about 50 square feet. You know, we start incorporating retaining walls. Generally, retaining walls aren't included in a post-construction drainage calculation, but I do acknowledge, walking the site, that these retaining walls, the majority of which, not all of which, have mortared joints. But again, conservatively, in my final post calculation, the retaining wall that goes around those trees to the right of the garage is open joint, but I still considered that 100% impervious for my post calculations. I again tried to be conservative. So in the end, what I think presented before you guys is a reduction in impervious or a reduction in runoff rate, a reduction in runoff volume, leaving this site over what the existing condition was. Was there some things that happened that were not on the proposed plan? Yes, I think Mr. Hansel will admit that. He already has admitted that. Was I overseeing the construction? No, I wasn't. And I said to him in the phone call, and you know, quite frankly, I said, you're one lucky guy, because when I just ran these numbers, they still seem to work. Because if they don't, I'm not going to say that they do. That's just how it is. If they didn't, we would have to propose something different. And I would probably come up with a few other options on how we could get to that point. But, you know, how we did the existing conditions, and now we compare it to what has occurred out on this site, I'm confident that this site reduces runoff leaving the site, rate and volume, which I believe is what your regulation requires. If you guys need to have something else happen, then if you tell us, I'm sure I can come up with a solution to that. But as it stands right now, I'm confident that the numbers work. As far as what leaves this site and goes to Jerusalem Road, you know, there's a catch basin, or two catch basins, actually. There's one almost just to the end of the driveway and one further down on Black Rock Road. That water is being collected and it's being sent right out. So I don't think that's overtaxing any drainage system for the town. I don't think any abutter is going to notice that that happens. And again, my calculations say that that's a reduction over the pre-existing condition. But I do acknowledge that might be a different point source or a different, routing of that drainage. At the end, does that affect anybody? I don't believe so, because ultimately, whether it goes, overland and makes its way down to Black Rock and then makes its way to that catch basin, or whether it comes down Mr. Hansel's new driveway and gets to a different catch basin, it's all going to that same drainage system. It's still a reduction.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just say that I'm uncomfortable with how the whole process has worked here.
I agree. And, hindsight being 2020, and I'm going to tell you going forward, because I'm going to say it right here, right now, Mr. Hansel has another thing that he has me under contract for that's not far up the road, and it's going to be different. I can assure you, because I'm going to be, what's presented for you for the stormwater permit's going to be a lot more in-depth, and as he's nodding right there in the chair, it's going to be different going forward for construction, or I'm not going to be able to sign off and present it to you guys. So unfortunately, again, a lot of time has passed since this was approved. A lot of people have changed in the seats that we're looking at, but as a professional engineer, I'm telling you, I'm very confident. No, I'm not very confident. I'm 100% confident it's a reduction in runoff rate and volume as per your requirement. But I'm also 100% confident the next thing you see from me as an engineer with Hardy and Mann Design Group, and assuming Mr. Hansel continues to hire me, you guys are going to see a different set of circumstances going forward.
Are you confident enough to submit this for a third-party review?
I am, although I'm hesitant, because when you get a third-party review involved, they tend to look at things differently. So this was approved 2 years ago as a single subcatchment area. When when you get a third party involved, and I say this because I do third party review for a few towns, and a lot of people come to me and say it's refreshing because I treat it like common sense. And I've been involved in other third party reviews that somebody wants to die on a hill about a little thing or make a lot of money. That's what they do for a living. What I guess I offer to you guys is this was framed in a certain way. This was back when we did a pre-construction, or not, I say pre-construction, I keep saying that, a pre-filing meeting. This was to be treated as one overall drainage area versus it could have probably been broken up into 5 or 6 little drainage areas. And I don't know that that would have made more sense. For a 24,000 square foot lot, it doesn't make sense to divide it up. But another peer review coming in after the fact of something that was already approved to be a certain way, it leaves open a lot of interpretations that after the fact that you guys, again, generally you guys, meaning the commission, whoever was on it at the time, approved a certain methodology. To do that after the fact, or to check that after the fact, means, this could completely just go in a whole nother direction. So, I mean, I'm confident with my engineering. I'm just not confident that somebody else who comes in after the fact is going to go back to square one where we were back in, and it's funny, I remember the date when this was approved because the next day I drove to Nova Scotia with my family, and it was.
What was that date?
It was in August, I think it was August 19th of 2019.
Yeah.
A day or two either way, but the following morning, I got up at 3:30 in the morning and drove to Nova Scotia with my family because my daughter was turning 10 and we were going up to celebrate with my parents up there. So that's
Okay,
how long
so-
ago this was. And it's to go back and redo what was already kind of the direction we got sent in. It's hard to do that.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're as confident when I brought up a third party as you were before I brought it up.
I'm confident in my engineering, given parameters. If someone is tasked with saying,
I don't think we're going to hire somebody who's just some kind of hired gun, who's a profiteer of some sort.
if you,
We have a number of engineering firms that have done these for us before. They're well respected. They're not going to, they're going to look and see what you did and probably understand what you did. And I don't know that they're going to find anything at all wrong.
if you hire somebody to say, I'm going to review this project from step 1, then the answer might be different. But we already got past step 1. We're at step 10. If you tell somebody that you want to hire them to say, does what was approved back in 2019 versus what happened right now, are they the same? That's a completely different thing than saying, let's review this thing all over.
I don't follow this logic. I mean, the bylaws are the same now as they were in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And you can either be in compliance with the bylaws or not. I don't understand your argument. It doesn't.
Well, our approval says that we were in compliance with the bylaw. And so as far as that.
And if the commission approved it without having an accurate submission in the first place, that's not
It
our
wasn't
problem.
accurate. It was not an inaccurate submission.
But you had to revise it, didn't you?
I didn't. I revised existing conditions because under the methodology that I used that was approved during the pre-filing meetings, which now we can't go back and get because that person isn't sitting here anymore. So I handled this entire site as one sub-catchment area. And we said,
Yeah, and
and what's
I
basically,
understand that.
okay, and what's basically changing
heard
on
you,
the
and I-
site is that this,
And I've heard what you have to say about how uncomfortable you would be with a third-party review.
I didn't say I was uncomfortable. So please don't put words.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What I said was,
Sounded like it. to me,
somebody
but-
wants, well, I hope it doesn't, then I'd like to clarify it because I don't want it to sound like I'm uncomfortable. But what I said was, there was assumptions that were made that were agreed upon at the time of the filing, meaning I ignored ledge, I ignored the gravel walkway, I ignored some other stuff on the pre-existing, but I ignored some things on the post-construction, meaning retaining walls that have now been brought into it and some of those things. Because those were all basically going to wash out. And in my email, I was pretty specific about it. We looked at this and said, what's changing on this site generally? Because the retaining walls proposed were going to be open graded or not mortared. And the gravel walkway, I went conservative and called grass. The gravel driveway, I went conservative and called grass. The big things that were changing on this site was the building was getting a lot bigger and we were paving a driveway. So we, as a general overall on the site, said, what of those are changing? So when we did this model, we said the house is getting a lot bigger. So let's take this entire house and let's infiltrate all of the roof runoff into the ground, and let's calculate the size of the driveway. And does that make more runoff leave this site over the existing condition? And when we calculated that, it did not. Now, when Mr. Hansel obviously, admittedly, made the driveway bigger than what was approved, that shed a different light on things.
Considerably bigger.
Then you started asking questions about retaining walls and things like that.
Sidewalks or
Ledge.
walkways, patios.
Yep. So when I showed all of that, existing versus proposed, the numbers still worked. And again, the reason why that is because it's a pretty substantial size residence. It's 3,800 square feet or so. And it's 100% being infiltrated into the ground. The numbers still work to leave the site. My only caveat is if somebody comes in 2 years after something was approved and they have a different way of looking at something, or say, maybe this should have been modeled as 3 subcatchments or something else. Now we're in a different spot because it was approved.
But don't you think that even if it's modeled as 3 subcatchments, that you said that it's very conservative and that you've gone.
I don't know that.
That you've done everything you need to do to for these runoff numbers to work. It doesn't sound like you have anything to worry about.
Well, I don't know that. So I don't know what I don't know, and I have not run different subcatchments.
That's sort of where we're at too. We don't know what we don't know here. And
right,
and there's been a string of revisions.
But one thing that hasn't changed is the existing site was modeled as one site. And based on that and your questions about ledge and other things, I changed what that existing site was. And then I modeled that against the proposed. If you carve this thing up into multiple different subcatchment areas, you've now changed the basis of what the approval was. And I don't know what that answer is going to be. But I think we're already past that.
Are we?
Well, yeah, because it was approved based on that. I mean, so the difference in this is a driveway that was 800 some odd square feet larger than what it was supposed to be. And when you plugged those numbers, and to say multiple revisions, the first revision was assuming everything was the same, but let's factor in that there's a larger driveway into this. And I did that and the numbers worked. Then the question came up, all right, well, what about ledge? What about retaining walls? Which I can also, with a high degree of confidence, say that the drainage calculations that you guys looked at tonight, I can seriously doubt included anything about retaining walls as being impervious area. It's generally not incorporated. So if that's what you're going to do, then I guess I'm going to be interested to follow you guys going forward, whether or not retaining walls are ever considered impervious area in drainage calculations, because
Sounds a little bit like a threat. I wouldn't do that.
it's not, I'm not threatening. I'm saying I want to find out because I'm going forward on future projects. That's all I'm saying. I'm not threatening anybody. But I can say in doing this for the last 25 years, I've never included a retaining wall as an impervious surface. And I can safely say that none of the engineers that presented here tonight did the same. So I did include it in the other revision that I just sent to you guys because the question was asked and the numbers still worked. I mean, as long as the parameters don't change, I'm safe with my numbers being checked by anybody. But if the parameters change or it's open to somebody else subjectively looking at something a different way, then you're changing the basis of Mr. Hansel's approval.
none of this would have happened if Mr. Hansel had not shoved his
Yep,
structures out onto town land.
I agree.
You guys have brought this all on yourself, so I don't think it's useful to be talking about other engineers and other projects that we see. I don't think it's even appropriate.
Well, it is appropriate if you got, if you're asking
We try
calculations.
to treat everybody the same here. And as you said yourself, the composition of the board has changed. And so it's impossible for any changing group of people to have exactly the same attitudes and level of scrutiny or expertise over the course of time. Now, I was not on the board at the commission at that time. Had I been, maybe you wouldn't have got your stormwater permit. I don't know. So I don't think that that's a very valid argument either.
Well,
I'm just honestly, the whole process here, I find disturbing.
do I like
And
that?
I don't feel as confident as you do. Of course, if you didn't feel confident, I'd really be worried. We'd all really be worried.
Well, if I didn't feel confident, I wouldn't be here saying I'm confident, but you know, do I wish it was built exactly like it was supposed to be? Yes, I do. But it wasn't.
Well, ultimately, the responsible party is not you, Mr. Hardy. It's Mr. Hansel. This is his project. He should have consulted you early on when he decided to put a larger driveway in and expand his walkways and walls and all the stuff he did. So it really does come back to Mr. Hansel here.
I agree.
With-
To speak
with-
for
with
him,
that,
but
I'm going to kind of step in here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
I'm going to
We're
say
going around in
that,
circles here.
well, I'm going to say that I'm never confident whenever we get a stormwater permit because I didn't do it. If I did it, then I'd be confident. But I don't do this for a living. So to some degree, I have to believe that a professional's word is what we have to go by. And so I think rather go.
I agree completely.
I think rather than going around in circles here, we have to kind of come to an agreement as to how to proceed here. And we really have two choices. We can either accept Mr. Hardy's confidence in what he has presented to us, although it was a long and tedious way of getting there, or we have to bring in a third party and tell them that these are the parameters that they should work from. But I personally, as Mr. Hardy said, are they going to have all the same assumptions? Probably not, because I'm never quite sure about the assumptions that are made. So as you said, gravel sometimes is considered very permeable and sometimes it's not. And I know for a fact that a lot of engineers in town say that it's not. And sometimes that's true and sometimes it's not. So anyway, I'm glad to see the gutters are in. I'm glad to see the inspection ports are there. So we will assume that underneath them are infiltration chambers.
Yes.
And then I think it's time for us to kind of move ahead on this one. If you'd like, we could do a quick just a non-binding vote to see if people want to.
Straw poll?
What's that?
Straw poll?
a straw poll to see if in fact people want to a third party or whether we want to let this go ahead.
I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something really quick?
Yes.
I just want to confirm for the public record that Kathy Berrigan and William Ashton both watched the recording from December 21st that initially discussed this project.
Great. So I'm quickly just unbinding. Will, are you comfortable providing a certificate of compliance or signing off on this?
Yes.
Okay. Eric? You're muted. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Third party review, please.
Okay. Kathy? You're muted. Okay.
I'm torn actually a little bit about this. I don't know. I'm going to go with Tom Bell's suggestion to do the third party review.
Tom, is that your suggestion?
Yeah, you know how I feel.
Okay. And who are we missing? Is that it?
Have
Well,
you heard from Chris? Yeah.
then my vote doesn't matter because that's what people want to do. So Mr. Hardy, Mr. Hansel, we're going to require a third party review. Take a look at this. If you'd like to if you'd like to send an email to Charlotte to say to explain what parameters you feel we need to give to them, you know, we're more than happy to just take a look at that and make sure that everyone's comfortable with it, and we'll pass it on. Charlotte, you arrange for the third party?
Yes, just to clarify, we normally do third parties and it's, you know, for reviews, it's normally at the applicant's expense. Is that
Yes.
how we're kind of
absolutely.
doing it as normal?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you said we'd get to look at those parameters before it got sent out, right? I think that's the biggest point of contention. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly how it would have to work, because if
I'm
that's
sorry, Will, I didn't quite understand what you said. It's a little garbled on my end.
Yeah, same here.
Reception's not good in Wisconsin, sorry. No, just that we get to review the parameters that the third party reviewer would be held to before they go out to them.
Fine, that's great.
Yeah.
An absolute must.
okay. Then
So I would suggest that in fact, the third party reviewer use the same subcatchments that Mr. Hardy did.
yes.
I think that's a good point, that somebody could slice and dice this anyway, a different way, and come up with a different number, and that I don't think that would be fair. On the other hand, I don't mean to say that I would change my mind about that, but I would just point out that routing is important in stormwater management. It really means something. Routing it one way can hurt in a butter. And it can change conditions in your abutters' yards. We've already seen that that's possibly true. One of the things that we don't really, and this is something I'll admit we don't hold our engineers to, and that's part of our bylaws that specify that with your stormwater permit, you're supposed to provide us with information of where you think the water is going to go. You need to identify all waterways that are going to receive your stormwater. And you're not alone in this, Mr. Hardy, in not doing that. Most of our engineers don't do that, and we haven't been requiring them to do that. And I think that that's really a mistake. One of the issues in your part of the woods there on Jerusalem Road is that Straits Pond is area of critical environmental concern, and that's where your driveway stormwater is going. Straight into Straits Pond. No rain garden at the end of it, nothing. That's unfortunate. If it could have been infiltrated like it had previously, model or no model, the fact is the hydrology of that site was most of the stormwater was infiltrating there in the lower part of that lot. It wasn't going down the drain so easily. Some of it probably did from time to time, but mostly things infiltrated there. So we have a new source of untreated stormwater that is going right into an area of critical environmental concern. Furthermore, the hydrogeology, I'm a hydrogeologist, I'm not a hydrologist, I'm a hydrogeologist. The idea that we're infiltrating water onto that site that's going away is ridiculous. This is a site of groundwater discharge, not recharge. And so anything you put out there in your infiltration chambers is just going to build a groundwater mound, and it's going to flow, at least the backyard, it's going to flow towards the ledge to the south, which looks, at least from the digital elevation models there, looks like it was a wetland. I didn't ask you whether you'd walked the site and looked for signs of a wetland when you first started there. And I'm not expecting an answer now. But I would expect that the next site you work on, you would expect to hear that question. Have you walked the site? Do you know where the water goes now? And how are you going to maintain that as well? Because particularly when we're dealing with areas of critical environmental concern, that really matters. The routing really matters. It's not just the numbers of peak runoff and volume and time of peak runoff. There's more to it than that.
Well, so I did walk the site.
Great.
I am not a wetland scientist, so someone before me had walked the site and made that determination that it was not. I am an engineer, a site engineer, and deal strictly with the drainage. I leave the wetland and botanist to other people that's their area of expertise. So,
sure. But as an experienced engineer, I mean, you don't even have to be an engineer to walk some of these sites to realize, well, water flows downhill, right? And you can see where that water is going to go. And walking that site at any time of the year when there's been even a bit of rain, you can see groundwater discharging at the base of that cliff. Right after a good hard freeze, you can see where groundwater is discharging all around town because there are icicles coming out of the rocks. And that's a good tip off of where your groundwater is discharging, not just during the winter, but at any time of the year. And so I recognize that you don't have any wetland identification expertise. I don't either. But I've been around wetlands all my life, and I do have an amateur's or layman's concept of what a wetland is, and they're not that hard to spot, honestly. And frequently that wetland scientist will come back and on something you've identified as probably a wetland, and they'll confirm it.
But again, at this case, it wasn't identified, and I do acknowledge that.
So there was there a wetland survey there in the past?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe it was walked. This went before you guys a couple of years ago for the stormwater, so it was looked at that time. So it wasn't determined to be a wetland.
Huh?
Well, it was never presented. It was never presented as a wetland. It
Yeah.
may or may not have been, but again, we defer to the experts who are presenting the project to us as to whether it is or not.
Actually,
The conservation
you as the
agent-
engineer are responsible for identifying those sources of discharge of your runoff. And
I agree,
if you
but the
have any
conservation
suspicion-
agent at the time,
if you have any suspicion that there might be a wetland there, you're the one that's supposed to determine that and engage a wetland scientist. I didn't see anything about a wetland scientist mentioned in this first stormwater permit.
Yeah, I don't believe wetlands were identified and the previous agent walked the site. So I don't think wetlands were ever raised as a potential issue on this site.
I don't believe it's the agent's responsibility. They certainly help us with this, but it's the applicant's responsibility to identify potential wetlands. It says right in our bylaws what you're supposed to submit. And again, we don't really hold our applicants to that. We haven't very rigorously. I'd like to see that change, but we just haven't done it in the past. So we depend on the engineer, in fact, to identify potential wetlands, and when they have any notion that there might be one, they are responsible enough to tell their client that they should engage a wetland scientist to confirm that there is or is not wetland. Again, this doesn't happen very frequently. It should, but it doesn't.
Okay, so Mr. Hardy, you reach out to Charlotte. She'll give you the names of Charlotte. You'll have to work with them to figure out how to get third party and get this taken care of as quickly as possible.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We still have a couple other certificates. I think we'll try to wrap those up and end things there unless there's some 48-hour issues which are important. So Charlotte, can you go through the other certificates of compliance quickly?
Yeah, so first up is 100 Whitehead Road. I'll try to share my screen as quickly as I can. Here we go. This was a pool project. This is a notice of intent and a stormwater permit to reconstruct the existing pool. So the pool, here's the picture of it, was built to the specifications on the approved site plan. There were existing gravel stepping stones that you can see here on the left-hand side that were replaced as part of the original site plan. And one of the specifications on the original site plan was to plant 10 to 12 cedars around this pool area. When I walked this site, I saw a handful of baby cedars that were planted, and there were no special conditions, by the way, issued with this order conditions. It was just our regular boilerplate. So as you can see, I walked this site in December. The as-built report shows that these trees were quite green, but it seems like the recent nor'easter may have beat them up a little bit. And when I talked to the manager of the property, he said that the owner does intend to replace these cedars if they were to die. Some of them, I think, may have died. So I wasn't sure if the commission wanted to issue, any long-term condition to, maintain these cedars around the property of the pool. But other than that, everything else was built. I didn't find any major deviations. So as you can see, some of them don't look as cute as the others. I definitely counted 10 to 12, if not more.
These look like arborvitae to me. They weren't cedars. But that wasn't a condition you said, or was it part of a landscape plan?
It was part of the site plan that they would add 10 to 12 of them.
Are those junipers or are they?
Oh, I'm
arborvitae?
sorry. They might have. I'm sorry. It's late. Yes, sorry.
Those look like arborvitae right there.
Let me pull up the plan real quick.
I personally feel, Charlotte, the
Yes.
correct approach is to go out there, talk to the manager,
Mhm.
and work out an arrangement. The manager, this is an important individual in Cohasset. You
Mhm.
need to work out an arrangement with someone like this and not get into a sparring match. And I'm sure that money is certainly not a concern. I've been out there, so has Jay. And I'm sure if you sit down and you try and work with him, you can put something together that's satisfactory for everybody.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, these are, it looks like they are junipers, but on the plan, it said rate seekers. So, I don't, do we want to,
No. No enforcement action,
okay,
not against this property, all right? Work something out. If you want, I'll work with you, all right? And Jay and I, we've both been out there, okay?
Mhm.
And maybe we should meet and we'll discuss this privately, all right?
Mr. Chair, do you agree or disagree with the, to follow up on the planting plan and come back?
Well, I mean, they've planted stuff. It's not living. They have to. I
Yeah,
mean,
and they're definitely gonna replace it. That's
Yeah, they
what,
have to replace it,
They will.
so.
They will. It's a beautiful property. This
Mhm.
guy doesn't want trash lying around his property more than anybody else does.
No, this is probably one of the most gorgeous properties I've seen.
Something will be worked out. Just you got to put together and work with the people.
Hey, Eric,
Yeah,
I don't care whose property it is.
I do.
No, I
Tell me, this bodyguard, did you meet his bodyguard?
Look, I don't really care. I mean, what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whose property it is. I'm saying that he did plant it, the plants have died.
Chris,
The order
I-
of conditions stays in effect.
Don't disagree.
But we can certainly,
Enforcement action is not appropriate.
no, I didn't, no one is even talking about enforcement action. What we're talking about is whether or not to issue a certificate of compliance. So the answer, my opinion would be you issue it, but you have to follow up and make sure that he replants it. So. Okay,
So just to confirm, we're not gonna issue a COC, we're just gonna wait until he does more planting?
no, I think you can issue the COC,
Okay,
but
with the condition that, yeah.
but then I don't even know if you have to condition it. I mean, even with a certificate of compliance, there's a time where they have to, I mean, they have to maintain it, right?
They do, yeah,
Yeah, so it's just a matter of them having to maintain it, that's all.
okay.
So we have to vote on this, right, or no?
Yes, sorry.
Well, actually, I don't think we're actually voting, are we? We're just giving our approval so that you can sign for us?
At least with legal counsel, she said to vote, but
Okay.
the most important part is that it has to be discussed at a public meeting.
Okay,
It doesn't require a hearing unless conservation thinks so, and then you notify the applicant like we did with 580, that they had to come forward, but this is just a discussion, but legal counsel did advise to vote on them.
okay, let's vote then, for a certificate of compliance for, this is 100 Whitehead?
Correct.
Okay. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower.
No,
No certificate of compliance?
no. Work out something with the guy. No paperwork, you'll work it out.
Well, we are working it out. So I'm gonna say yay, so. So Charlotte, you have 4 signatures, so you can issue it and then you can just tell him he's still responsible to,
Okay, Okay.
uphold the order of conditions,
sure.
which includes replacing the plant.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And then the next one is 138 Atlantic Ave. So sounds familiar because we actually discussed it for a different project. This is their pool project that Jeff Hassett was referencing. So the only things that are pending, and this is as a result of not being able to, get the contractors and materials due to extensive delays with COVID. The only thing that was not built was the walkway on the originally approved plan that's supposed to connect to the backside of the house up to the pool. So what they plan to do in the future is they just want to do some granite stepping stones like we saw with 100 Whitehead. So that is the only change that was not done. The pool was built. And then, oh, sorry, this is the other change. They weren't able to loam and seed the grass by the time winter came. So this patched area right here needs grass. So those are the two things that are pending slash not done in accordance with the approved site plan. This one also did not have any specific special conditions, issued other than the boilerplate. And then, the gravel stone trench and everything was done around the pool. And they had this little pervious patio that was also approved. And so, yes, it's really just, this wall was also approved. What's missing is this walkway and loam and seed grass right before the pool. So wasn't sure if the commission was accepting of that or if we wanted to wait and see for the rest of that stuff to come in before we issue a COC.
Why are they coming for a CSC?
It's just the requests that I received from the engineer, and they just wanted to explain that the reason why this wasn't done was because of, contractor and material delays.
Are they selling this house?
Not to my knowledge, because they're building they're moving the shed, or they want to move the shed up.
Oh, yeah.
So why would we approve something that's not done?
They sent a COC request, at least for the pool, and so I was telling the applicant, it depends on the changes that are made, to the plan versus what was done, not done, what was changed, and that depends on whether or not we issue a COC.
Okay, you want to vote on this? Let's take a vote for a certificate of compliance for, this is 138 Atlantic Avenue?
Mhm.
Okay,
This is a stormwater permit and NOI.
so we're actually issuing a certificate of compliance for both?
Yes, sorry, it's NOI 2105 and stormwater permit 2105.
Charlotte, when was this stormwater permit issued?
It says 2105, so this was a 2021 project. I'm not sure exactly. I think it was definitely earlier in the year with an 05 number, probably January or February. Maybe even March. So the order conditions would still be open, if it's 3 years.
Are there, do you have any other photos or no?
Yes. That's the pool. This is the gravel trench that was marked on the plan, and it goes along.
Doesn't look like much of a gravel trench.
Oh, sorry. It's like this little gravel strip, and then this little. It's hard to see, but this little trench is. I think I have a better photo, but it's along the rocks. They put gravel around it. This is the patio that they proposed, and then this is the little repair of this existing ledge, and they turned it into some, like a little wall that was also on the site plan. And then this is the gravel. And I don't know if it's a trench necessarily, but it's like a gravel strip that's kind of going around the patio.
So how much more? So they're saying that they're using it's become a common refrain. We're starting to hear a lot of, we can't finish our project because it's stuck on a container ship in
Right.
Long Beach or something. It's
Right.
almost as good as the dog ate my homework kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think we ought to sign off on this until they finish it.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't either.
Okay. Is that a vote 5-0?
Yes.
Eric?
I'm sorry. I vote with everybody else.
Okay, fine.
I'm on board. No problem.
Then yes, Charlotte, this is a no.
Okay. And then the last one, I had to prepare a lot for this one. I will just say there were a handful of changes that I'm going to share this first so you guys can see what I did here. I had walked the site virtually, since the owner is in Florida, with all the changes made to the site plan. So there were a handful of changes. They were discussed with the previous agent, not the interim to my knowledge, so just the previous agent, Jeff Summers. There was basically a lawn that was added in the 50-foot buffer. They added a deck and a patio. And there were planting changes. And so what I tried to do was I tried to come up with, oh, sorry, this is my COC visit. I tried to come up with a summary of everything that happened. So I'm not sure if the commission would like more time to review this. But basically, this is a summary of all the changes that happened. The original landscaping plan that we approved back in 2018 was not followed because the order of conditions was issued to the Browns and they sold the property to the Tedeschi's. And the Tedeschi's went with a completely different landscaping plan that was apparently discussed with Jeff Summers. So the original landscaping plan that we approved was completely changed. And so these were other landscaping change or other changes that I noticed other than the deck and the patio and the lawn at the back of the property. There was a stone terrace from the landscaping plan that was not built at the front of the house. There were some AC units and a gravel strip that were added to the left side of the house. This was discussed with Jeff Summers. And there was the proposed pervious patio was in a slightly different area and the pervious driveway was slightly enlarged, crossing the 50-foot buffer. And that goes along the existing ledge. That was also discussed with Jeff Summers. So these changes, to the best of what I could find, were discussed with the previous agent. However, they were unfortunately not brought to conservation in the form of amended NOI for an amended order of conditions. So this one, as you guys can see, is definitely tricky to say the least. But the owner did communicate apparently the changes with the previous agent. I looked at a handful of emails that the owner sent to me to kind of get a walkthrough of everything. So it's I'm sorry, I keep sharing the wrong. This is okay. Sorry, this is what I'm referencing. So this is the whole timeline, and I don't know if we want to go through this, but this is what I had to do to kind of walk through everything.
Yeah. So Charlotte, the one thing I did mention to you is
Yes.
this evergreen hedge,
Yes.
which did you speak with them about it?
Yes, and he said that he plans to do more plantings in that back area in the spring. So I told him it depends on whether or not conservation wants to issue a COC based on the knowledge of that. There are, plantings that are there right now. Hold on, I can share my screen for the photos, but he does plan to do more work. So I'm just gonna go through these quickly. So these are some of the changes that were added. These stepping stones gravel strip. This is on the left side of the house. These are the hydrangeas that were added in addition to the original planting plan we approved. These are the AC units. I am not going to talk about the deck because that's a separate project, but there is a separate project that has an order of conditions for the deck. This is the pool that was done. This is the patio that was built. This was not a part of the original plan. This was all gone through previous agent. And then these are the plants, these little 3 or 4 evergreens that were planted in the back. So this is them, but he plans to do more in the back.
So just for everyone's edification, I've read through all these emails. I don't know if everyone else has. Jeff Summers has obviously overstepped his bounds on this one. He gave them carte blanche to do basically whatever they wanted in the buffer zone. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. And I don't think there's anything we can do about it, other than the fact we can tell him, because there is a reference to the Cohasset wetlands plant list, which they obviously didn't follow here. And I think we do have the authority to say, take out anything that's not native and replace with native. And if they want to do any additional landscaping, they have to come back to us. So.
Don't see many native plants there, Chris.
No, there are not very, no, they should.
Many.
I saw some weeds.
I saw some,
Yeah, I saw some, native
the
weeds.
poison ivy.
Native weeds.
Well, the lawn should never have gone in. The patio should never have gone in. Jeff, like I said, he overstepped his bounds. And it's nothing we can do about that now. It's documented and that's kind of tough, but that hedge is specifically documented in one of the letters, and they're supposed to have looked at the plant list. They did not. That hedge is not acceptable. And any further planting, they have to come back to us. Anything other that they do in the 50-foot buffer, in the 100, anything else they do on that property, they have to come back to us, period. So I would say, no, we do not give them a certificate of compliance at this time until they certainly remove that hedge at very least. And then, I mean, I don't know if there's much else we can do until they want to say they want to do more, so.
Would you suggest, since they did not go with the original 2018 plan, that they submit anything to us, or just kind of give us an update, or?
No, I don't know. I don't think we can go back to them. I think the documentation is clear that Jeff gave them the okay on everything that they did. But they need to get those arborvitae out of there, and then they need to, if they ever want to do anything on that property, that whole property sits in the 100-foot buffer. If they ever want to spit on that property, they need to come in front of us.
Okay. In the form of a new submission or an amended submission? I just want to make sure I can give him the proper, official wording guidance that we want.
New.
Okay.
New, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to vote? Is that an anonymous vote?
Yeah. Unanimous.
I see.
Unanimous, sorry. It's late. Okay. That is it for COCs. I did have.
How about if we just stop there unless there's any urgencies?
The only updates I kind of just want to, I don't know how much we want to get into it, but I can save all my other updates for the next meeting. I've received several, fallen tree reports from the most recent nor'easter.
Yes.
Now, as we know, there are people that will just go and cut them and do whatever they want. And then there are people that come to me, and I've received, a handful of people with various questions. And so I'm working with legal counsel, and Chris, we can chat offline of, any sort of workflow that we'd like to try and see when trees are fallen down in the buffer zones and or resource. When I talked to legal counsel, she said a couple of, different options. It depends on how many trees we're talking, one tree, several trees, that might be more towards an actual submission. But I just wanted to kind of notify the commission on the fallen tree reports I've received, and just if anybody had to throw out any input on anything that they, comes to mind. But, since I do have people asking if they can cut down the trees, that's why I, at least want to try and give them some update from conservation, since, we haven't had a meeting for a while. If that would be okay. I can try to be quick about it, but I can save all my other updates though. If
we have some rules about this. I mean, I could see that if a tree was posing a hazard to power lines or a structure, or maybe even a danger to their children or something, that should be dealt with quickly. But if it's not, it's within the buffer. Actually, fallen wood is part of the natural process, and I'm not sure that cutting these things up for firewood or anything is really appropriate.
Yeah, it's none of these, I will say, were an immediate safety concern in terms of it hasn't obviously fallen down on the house or anything like that, but a handful of them were close to properties. One of them actually was for 75 border, where the tree fell over onto the deck. The dock, excuse me. But there were a couple other people that came forward with dying trees, which again have not yet fallen down, but they're concerned might fall down. So this is just like, there's nothing in our bylaws specifically about inclement weather, any sort of exceptions. So like you said, depending on it's in the buffer zones or not, that's
dying trees have nothing to do with inclement weather.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to,
I think what Tom said is if something poses an immediate danger, and I guess if it inhibits the use of something like a dock, you could clear it off of that item.
Yes. Okay.
But beyond that, it's just like anything else in the buffer zone. They got to come to us.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, if
the-
it was a if it was a small tree in the 100-foot buffer and wasn't, how many, what's our limit? 500, 300 square feet, whatever?
Yeah, the stormwater is at least, 500 square feet of new impervious area. But, the definition of alter is obviously much more.
Yeah, but isn't there there's a square footage of alter?
For stormwater,
No, for.
Oh,
Isn't there alteration in the,
I can double check, but pretty much
maybe I'm wrong.
alter has a very wide definition in the Wetlands Protection Act and in our stormwater, guidance and bylaws.
5,000, you have your 500 and 5,000 square foot limit.
Yeah. Yeah, the 500 and
oh, for
5,000.
stormwater, yeah.
Yeah, that's for stormwater.
Well, if it's a
but
little teeny tree, they're gonna carry it out and say it wasn't in the hundreds, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, yeah, I'll just,
In the end, we got to be reasonable with the town. If there's a safety hazard,
Right.
take care of it, all right?
right.
If it's in the buffer zone and it's dying or dead, they should leave it, all right?
Yeah, I know the guidance that I've seen from other towns is when it falls into the resource area, you typically leave it, but when it comes to the buffer zone, it's a little bit more gray. That's just from the research that I've done, because I've tried to research this a lot since we don't
Charlotte,
have.
you should take care of it. You as the agent should take care of it and not bring it here to the Concom, I don't think.
I personally would rather bring it to Concom than say I allowed a tree to be
You gotta
cleared.
learn, you gotta
No one knows
grow into
about
your
it.
job, Charlotte. You gotta, I mean, that's the role of the agents, to cut things off and not bring them here, like fallen trees.
Yeah, no. I just mean in terms of the workflow for fallen trees after storms, I would like to develop a workflow with the commission, just so that everyone can kind of be in the loop about what we plan to do when things like this happen in the buffer zone or not in the buffer zone, and what it entails, if it's an emergency or not. So that's mostly just, it's like an open thing of, I didn't want to give any guidance to people who have come forward to me without coming to conservation first and discussing with legal counsel. Legal counsel has suggested anywhere from take it out to an RDA submission, depending on the situation. And I've come to her several times with different scenarios for trees. But yeah, Chris, definitely happy to chat offline with legal counsel if you want to do that. But I'll just say the tree reports I received were for 75 Border. There were several fallen trees. 40 Nichols Road, there was one. 169
Border, tell them to leave them.
What was that?
75 Border, tell him to leave him. He's in the wetland.
75 Border leave. Okay. 169 just had a large dying tree, so I personally was not comfortable with that going down anyway, but just wanted to state it. 83 Spring Street, which we know has a complicated history. That one also has a fallen tree from a storm. And 10 Mohawk Way, that the owner's already planning to do work and submit something in the future. So I would anticipate a submission from them. And so yeah, those are just the fall. Oh, and Dolan Lane, Lot C Dolan Lane has a fallen tree in the isolated vegetated wetland. Yeah.
You'll take it out real quick.
Oh yeah. That's why we can come up with a workflow, but I just wanted to publicly, give those updates to you guys to show that I'm trying to be proactive in coming up with workflows. But other than that, I can save my updates if everyone prefers, because I know it's late.
May I ask you a question? The legal training we're having Monday, is that a
Yes.
subject that you're going to bring up tonight?
Yes, actually, that was one of my updates, unless you guys would like me to, but kick
We
it.
have
But
an
right now,
agenda.
the tentative date is the 24th. Right now, the time, from what I've heard from a few commissioners, it sounds like in the evening would be a little bit better, given people's work schedules. So I did send out an email, if people prefer 5, 6, 6:30, 5:30. So if you guys would like to email me privately about a time that works best for you on Monday, January 24th, let me know. I need to.
More importantly, do you have an agenda?
We do, but after discussing with legal counsel and the chair, we're going to keep it very general for now. And, we can sort out an agenda closer to the date. But I do have a list of topics that I initially, gave to legal counsel.
Can you
You don't want
circulate
us to
that to
see
everyone?
those topics in advance?
What was that, Chris? Sorry.
Can you circulate that so people can add to it?
Yes. So that is January 24th, but please let me know what times you guys prefer. Right now, the training is set for an hour for training and half an hour for question and answer. We can modify that, whatever people prefer, so I can send out a follow-up email, but please let me know what times you prefer, because we'd love you all to be there. Really helpful to get those questions out that I send legal counsel pretty much every single day. So I'm sure you guys might have a few of your own.
That's good. That's good.
And in terms of other updates, I can save those for the next meeting unless you guys would prefer I list them out in 10 seconds.
No,
No.
let's save them, please.
Save
I'd
them.
like to make a motion that we dismiss, Chris.
Okay.
I just want to make sure no one has a 48-hour issue of concern.
Better not.
No? Okay, then please make a motion to adjourn.
I make the motion to adjourn this evening. Thank you.
I second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Sharon.